All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you guys so much for being here today. Today's June 17th. Time is now 12 p.m. and we're here for a SPLOST 9 work session. Madam Administrator, you have the floor.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body. Just today, we're going to be presenting to you some information from our Central Services Department as well as our Parks and Recreation Department regarding their respective SPLOST 9 requests. Just wanted to give you just a little bit of information before they start their presentations. In the past, we have done SPLOST various ways regarding how we kind of wind down to the final list to recommend for approval from this governing body. The normal practice is to go with a budget that will take us at least probably 5 to 6 years. So SPLOST has been not necessarily predicated by the number of years, but predicated on the amount that is actually collected. So whatever that time span is how long that actual SPLOST would go. If everything continues as it relates to the collection today, we will begin collection on SPLOST 9 at the end of 2026. Currently, the initial requests that we took from the various departments and other agencies that have submitted requests for SPLOST exceeds $1 billion. So of course, you know, that's where we have to start the dwindling down of our requests. We are targeting an estimated $375 million SPLOST 9 package, which will take an estimated 6 years. Of course, that is for the governing body's final decision, but that is what we're currently looking at this time. I have asked each department that I've met with to do the following. One, identify priority projects that can be completed within the allotted SPLOST period based on their expertise and the needs that they see in their areas. Two, provide a recommended targeted number. I've provided a recommended target number for each of them to work toward. Again, I emphasize it's a recommended target number, but it kind of gets us to reduce the initial over $1 billion request. Because as we know, some of the departments themselves had a request that exceeded the $375 million alone. And that just causes a lot of discussion and does not, it lengthens the process to get us actually where we probably need to go. Projects that will provide a tangible product at the end of the SPLOST period. You want to see something at the end of that SPLOST period that we can actually be proud of to say was accomplished through that SPLOST period cycle. And phase some of the projects. We understand that all projects will not be able to be completed in one SPLOST, especially some of our engineering projects. So we realize you have to phase those items, but making sure that the respective phased items are completed within that period. Our schedule includes a final SPLOST 9 list being approved by this body on July 15th so that we can have everything in place for the November ballot. We have SPLOST meetings scheduled for today, again, hearing from our Central Services and Parks and Recs Department, and we'll start back on June 26th and 27th. In the next few meetings, Finance will be bringing forward the request to close out some of our open SPLOST, our previous SPLOST, for example, our SPLOST 2 and SPLOST 3. With that being said, I will turn it over now to Interim Director Ron Lampkin so he can start the presentation on Central Services.
Thank you, Administrator Allen. Good afternoon, governing body and our staff and community in the audience. I'll be presenting you Central Services SPLOST 9 request. On your first two slides, what you will see is our recommended priority list. We have 11 projects that we have prioritized from 1 to 11, 1 being the most critical, 11 being something that we can look at. So on the first list, you'll see items 1 through 6. I'll just run through these and I'll give a brief summary on the next few slides. Number one is our Vehicle Fleet Service Center, to include an office trailer, facility upgrades, and equipment replacement. This item was placed in SPLOST 8 at a total of $6 million when we did our cost estimates and design to build a new fleet facility from scratch and to move all our fleet in one location. Those cost estimates came back at around $42 million. So we were underfunded in this project. So in this next SPLOST, we're looking to do $15 million to just renovate what we have, order some new equipment, and kind of leave staff in the shops where they are currently. And that's at Tobacco Road and Broad Street. The second item on the list is juvenile court, is Craig Houghton Elementary, another SPLOST 8 project that was underfunded at $6 million. We're asking for $15 million to do renovations to the school to get juvenile court in those facilities. Once again, that cost estimate for that ranged to about 37 to 39 million. So we were greatly underfunded for both of those projects. Thirdly is the facilities repairs and on-call services. We're asking for $10 million. That's another item that was included into SPLOST 8. We want to continue that. This is a large part of getting our facilities maintained and doing what we can for our facilities. So that's what you'll see that line item for. It has greatly helped us in maintaining our facilities. The fourth is capital replacement of Jones Pool, currently, which is closed because of structural issues to the building. The fifth is the coroner's office, who is an aging facility that needs some repairs and also is becoming, unfortunately, too small to handle the load that he's having right now. So he needs additional cooler space and probably some additional coolers as well. Six is animal services renovations, another building that's having issues. So we're asking for $5 million for that to do some renovations at our animal services building. On the second sheet, you'll see number 7, which is our 5th Street Zip Line Family Outdoor Adventure Center. That's for our Freedom Bridge. We are currently have, in SPLOST 8, we had $1.7 million. We're in the process of doing a zip line. $1 million will continue that expansion as we go through that phase 1 approach to add additional entertainment and recreation at the Riverwalk. Number 8 is the purchase of a new office building at $2 million. 9 is the municipal building parking deck design and cost estimates to address some of our parking issues that we get complaints about every week. And then 10 would be the convention center expansion, and 11 is marina design and construction. So the next couple of slides you'll see will be an explanation for each. Like I said, our fleet vehicle service center is for offices and facilities upgrade, which will replace outdated equipment, acquisition of new equipment, and then office and shop renovations. So that's what we'll use those funds for. Juvenile court is to remodel and the relocation to the Craig Houghton facility with, like I said, SPLOST 8 funds partially covering the initial renovations that exceeded budget. That is to move juvenile court from Broad Street and also their program at Tubman Middle School at this time. The facilities repair and on-call services is for ongoing maintenance and on-call service to sustain our building operations and our maintenance. Like I said, that was another item that was listed in SPLOST 8. We're just bringing it back in SPLOST 9 so we can continue the maintenance of our facilities. The capital replacement of Jones Pool, that facility is deemed structurally unsound, so that's why it's closed at this point. So this will be for structural repairs and servicing, and then it will address any safety concerns to enable the pool to reopen. Augusta Coroner's Office, like I said, that's an expansion and a redesign to do the aging infrastructure and the need for additional space. I've met with the coroner. We've sat down, and I've actually walked the facility to see what his needs are. And like I said, unfortunately, he definitely needs some new coolers and expansion of those coolers because of the amount of bodies he's bringing in at this point. The animal services, like I said, is for an expansion and redesign due to the aging infrastructure and the need for additional space. Another unfortunate incident is they are bringing in multiple animals daily that people are dropping off, and they're not able to house those animals at this time. So they actually need additional space and kennels. The Outdoor Adventure Center would be the additional funds and to be used for future expansion of the Outdoor Adventure Center as we continue to progress and activate the Riverwalk. The purchase of the new office building will be the acquisition of a facility to consolidate displaced staff, including recreation admin. One, because their building is definitely an aging facility. I think that building was built in 1960. And it has definitely outlived its life expectancy. And so they are having a lot of issues with their building. Maintenance-wise, it's costing us a ton of funds, so we need to look at moving them out of that building into another location. We also have several other staff buildings that we probably need to look at doing away with and moving those people out. So we will be looking to purchase some kind of office space to move those staff into a better location. The municipal building parking deck, this will be for design to increase capacity and our response to limited space and community demand. I'm sure y'all get a lot of calls, especially on Tuesday, about how hard it is to find parking in this area. So I looked into it, and then watching AU build their new parking deck for near the dental school, I was saying that was something we can do. Of course, we don't have space to expand on the ground, so we'll have to go up. So I'm looking at doing a parking deck for the municipal building to increase our parking capacity. And so that's what those funds will do, to give us the ability to get a design done to see what it will cost and do some kind of cost estimates on a parking deck for this building. The convention center expansion, they came to us with a request in SPLOST 9 for a expansion to the convention center so that they can bring in more conferences. Their initial request was to do a 53,000 square foot expansion. That would have cost us about $31 million. After conversations with them last week, coming up to this presentation, they agreed that they can drop that down to a 20,000 square foot expansion, which will run us about $12 million. And so that's that ask, and they would expand toward the 9th Street side of the building. And then, so they already had plans to do so. So in the original plans, the expansion was for both sides of the convention center. So they're willing, if they can get anything, to do it a 20,000 square feet expansion. They were satisfied with that, and they were okay with doing that, and then maybe come back later and look into doing the other side. Of course, the marina assessment was done last year with JLA for the marina, and it was determined that it exceeds its service life, so it's recommended that it be replaced. Those funds will help us get the design done to replace our existing marina. The last thing on our list is, of course, Central Services deals with our fleet. So the next slide you'll see is for our sheriff's office fleet. The first column shows the number of vehicles that they currently have, and you'll see how it's spread out through SPLOST, the replacement of vehicles. So according to our fleet policies and county policies, those are the years that these vehicles will be scheduled for replacement. So if you look at, say, the road patrol, they currently now have 306 assets. In year 1 of SPLOST, they look to replace 21. Year 2, it'll be 16. Year 3, it'll be 25. Year 4, it shows 44. Year 5, it shows 1. Year 6, it'll be 20. And year 7, it'll be 20, depending on if we can replace all those vehicles. So what you'll see is the replacement, and all of these are considered sheriff's office assets. So you have the community service division, narcotics, road patrol, training range, the administration, and then their silver fugitive unit, and for the jail. That totals about $12,390,000. The next slide shows the rest of your public safety, which would be the district attorney's office, the marshal's office, RCCI, the coroner, animal services, and the solicitor. So these are like I said, the first column shows the number of vehicles that they currently have, and this shows the replacement of the vehicles throughout the SPLOST term. So total with all vehicles, including the sheriff's office, will be $16,280,000. And that concludes the slide presentation. Do we have any questions?
All right. Thank you, Interim Director Lampkin. Chair recognizes Commissioner Don Clark.
All right, Mr. Lampkin, thank you for the presentation. Got a couple questions for you. So some of the projects that you had brought up, I need some clarity on if some of these are public-private partnerships or what. We had talked about the convention, we had talked about the zip lines and all that. Can you kind of clarify, some specifics on those?
So on the zip line, that is a public-private partnership. We partner with the Forge Group out of Illinois, who specializes in the zip line. They actually have a park up there that we went and visited. We also have a partnership with Destination Augusta, who has an MOU to manage this project. This phase 1 of the project will be coming back before you shortly to be approved with the design that we currently have in place. So what this is the $1 million ask is because we do want to continue to expand this as a partnership. And so the Forge Group will manage the project, they will manage the park, and we will get revenue back from that as we continue to move forward. Also at the Convention Center, it's something we own, but the Marriott manages, so the expansion benefits us as well.
Okay, so the good majority of these predate me. So can you give me some specifics on the agreement for the zip line and the historical agreement that we have in place for the convention center as well?
On the zip line, that agreement is right now that y'all approved a few months back, is that they manage and control the park, and then we get 3%. Yeah, we get 3% of the revenue for the county. They maintain all liability, insurance coverages, and everything. All that goes through the Forge Group.
Okay, yeah. So my mistake on that. Obviously I was here for that part. So,
Right.
Yeah. But I appreciate that clarity. But as far as the breakdown, though, as far as the monetary breakdown of who's giving what towards it, I would be interested in kind of knowing a little bit more about that.
So originally, like I said, the original startup funds were given in SPLOST 8. That predates me, but it was $1.7 million to go towards this. So we leveraged the $1.7 million with the Forge Group for them to come in and build and get us started with this. And then, like I said, we went into agreement for them to manage and operate the facility as well.
Got it. Okay. Thanks for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Tina Slendak, ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to ask a question about a pool. I mean,
Yes.
you knew that was coming, didn't you?
Right.
Is this replacing the building, or is it replacing your filtration system and resurfacing of the pool, or?
No, right now it's the biggest issue over there is the building itself. So since we cannot occupy the building, you can't open the pool. But these funds will get the building back operational, and then also do some upgrade like resurfacing the pool, just to make it nice. You just don't want to touch the building. We kind of want to touch everything. So that's why we're asking for those funds.
Okay, so you are talking about the building and
Right.
resurfacing.
Right, just, fixing it up, some new
Pump
fencing.
systems,
Right, yeah.
Okay. It's really a nice little pool. I mean, it really is. I mean, and I'm wondering, what was the usage of that pool prior to, I know it was vandalized, I think, last summer or something. I know when Mr. Jackson was before.
Right, yeah, it was vandalized.
It was vandalized,
right.
and wasn't even be able to be used. But before that, I mean, what kind of use did that pool get prior?
I'm not sure. That would be Recreation and Parks. They should have
Okay.
those utilizations. They operate the usage of it.
Is it okay to
Yeah.
find out from them? Yeah. Hey.
So to answer your question, Commissioner, it was a lot of use for that location.
It was heavily used?
Yes.
Okay, good. Just want to know.
Can I just ask, how long has the pool been out of service? So 2 years. How long will it take us with your proposal to collect the pennies to fix the pool? How many years are we out? So we're 2 years. How long do you think it will take to repair the pool?
I'm not sure how long it would take to repair the building. We don't have a design. We just have the structural analysis that was done. And so we would then have to get the engineering company to say, okay, this is what the fix is and this is what we need to do to fix the building.
So you're still looking at multiple years before you can even.
Well, I'm hoping that's not the case. That's why we're trying to save the building, not have to tear it down and start from scratch. So what we're trying to do is save the building to make the repairs quicker.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Commissioner Slindak, the floor is yours.
That's okay. Yeah, because I think, I've been by there several times and looked at it, and I just, your money in pools comes with the pool part. It's not a building that you check people in or a restroom. I mean, it's in the, resurfacing a pool, I know is terribly expensive and everything else. So I was just wondering if it was putting this money into it, and I'm all for having places that kids can go in the summer to swim. I really am. But I just wanted to make sure it did have good use when it was open. So, but if it did, that's great. I hope, that's something they can get that pool up and operating.
Right, and that's our goal, to get it open as soon as possible, whichever direction we need to go in. Unfortunately, when you do have the pool, you have to have restrooms and showers. It's mandatory. So even if we have to eventually tear the building down, we'll look to do something modular to get it open quickly instead of going back with brick, because we need something in place before we open the pool back up. But we'll work through all those things once the funding is available.
You're just saying the filtration system and all your pipes under your decking are
as far as we know, they are in good shape. Like I said, the evaluation came, the issue was the building itself because it cannot be occupied.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 9th, Commissioner Francine Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll just start with the replacement of Jones Pool. I know there's a lot of usage because there are a lot of new apartments and townhomes and condos over in that area now, and people continue to call me and asking me about the pool. So if it was open, Commissioner, I think it would be a lot of people around there because kids are eventually coming back into the area. Mr. Lampkin, the juvenile court, have we done any work over there? And I apologize, I'm late. The 15 million request, and are you asking for additional money?
It's the 15 million plus the money that is already in SPLOST 8. And to answer your question, no work has been done over there. We're basically just maintaining the facility until we can, only because once the design was done, like I said, the cost came back exceptionally high. And what we've done is, and this was brought before y'all a few weeks ago, we just approved a change order for about $45,000 for the design firm to come up with a redesign that we can work with inside the budget. That was approved 2 weeks ago. And so now we're working with the design firm so we can get some work done under what we have now to get those people moved into the building.
Okay. And my final question, the animal service design and renovation, and this is just for the design and renovation. Do you think there's going to be a lot of money? Because there's a lot of work that needs to happen out there. I mean, I don't know if the $5 million is just putting a Band-Aid on this facility, because this facility probably need to be I mean, this is the SPLOST 9. I mean, we need to ask for what we really, really need and stop putting Band-Aid on, or throwing good money
Well,
to something that we don't have? Because, I mean, I'm not sure if my colleagues been out there lately, but I think you should really go out there and see what the staff and the animals
And
are
and the,
in.
and the only reason I'm asking for 5, and you're right, is because we've been band-aiding the building. Um, by the time this SPLOST kicks in, we will probably have addressed a lot of the issues out there. Right now, we have 3 emergencies going on right now as we speak. One would be the chiller that they have out there. Second will be the hot water heater. And then third, they're having issues with the outlets. So all those are being addressed as we speak. So some of those issues that you see will be addressed even before we get to this. So at this point, we would have touched a lot of stuff already. So I'm thinking the 5 million will suffice as to where we are once we complete some of the work that we're doing out there now.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. Chair recognizes Commissioner from 7th, Commissioner Tina Slendak.
I'm sorry, I should have asked this one before, but your priority project number 8 is this purchase of an office building. Do you have a location in mind, or is this just money?
We have a location in mind. Of course, it's a real estate issue, so we can't
Right,
mention it
right,
until
okay.
but we do have a location.
You do have,
in mind.
okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 1st, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Lampkin, which of these projects would you recommend to be phased projects, and which projects would you recommend to not be phased projects?
That's a tough question. I really wouldn't phase any of them.
I knew that was going to be your
right.
answer.
Yes, they are actual needs right now. So phasing them will only just take us further away from what we're doing. We kind of want to finish it in SPLOST 9 and then continue on to expand in the next few SPLOSTs. We want to continue to put funds to go towards all our facilities and all our buildings in additional SPLOST. But when you're talking about phasing, that's going to be a tough approach to any of these projects.
Well, I'm looking at, so let me just ask you a couple more questions, and I'll kind of share why I'm thinking that way. The convention center, do you remember how much we spent on that in the initial phase? Do you have that number in your mind?
I was not aware of that one.
I wasn't either. I was in high school when that happened.
Right, yeah, so I was kind of...
So, I asked that question because I'm interested in knowing like what the economic benefit has been to the city from the convention center. Certainly, I support expanding, but $12 million right now could be a pretty costly project if we could phase that out over the next SPLOST or 2, or figure out other ways to fund. And I'm also interested in understanding a little bit more about the marina design and construction. I know we had some conversations, one-off conversations about whether or not some activity on the marina was plausible or not. So I would want to maybe have a little bit more conversation about what's going on the marina and what we really want for it. Are we talking about the actual building, or are we talking about the boat ramp?
Oh, we're talking about the boat ramps, not the building. And as a central services department, we've already been working on the electrical down there. So like I said, some of these things will already be taken care of. We're basically talking about the boat slips in this. And just to kind of let you know the original design, and you'll see this, like I said, because we'll be bringing the Outdoor Adventure Center. That will also take some space at the marina as well, because a part of that, to activate the Riverwalk, they are bringing in what they call some donut boats that they can park there and kind of, you can take them out on the river. And I think 8 people can fit in them. So those are the type of things that, can help activate the Riverwalk, and then you'll have the marina and those slips to kind of help that situation, because it's all situated right there. So like I said, the new zip line will be a part of the Freedom Bridge, and also as part of the banks.
Yes, sir. Last 2 questions. You mentioned the purchase of an office building, and you specifically mentioned the Parks and Recreation Administration building, but you said there were others. What other office buildings are we thinking, or offices are we trying to relocate?
Another one would be Housing and Community Development. We have a lot of issues with their building that, maintenance-wise as well. That's the second most important office that we have that needs to be moved. In the building and the location I'm looking at, it will be able to house at least, from my calculations and the walkthrough that I've done, maybe at least 2 to 3 departments.
And in that case, and just excuse my, I'm not learned in real estate. If they're spending X amount of money, so let me ask you this question first. Do we have a lease for the current building, or does Augusta own that building?
The one that they're in now?
Yes.
No, we own the
We own it,
buildings,
okay,
yes.
all right, well, that eliminates that question, okay. And then last question is about the municipal building parking deck. I think it's a great idea, first of all. That's a wonderful idea. $1 million, and that's, the $1 million is just for the design work?
Just for the design and cost estimates to see what it's gonna cost. Because, my idea is to put it on the west side of the building. That don't mean it's the best location. That's just what my thought process is. So this is just to get the conversation started, get a design firm on board to tell us, hey, this will be the best location for it. This is where you need to put it at. Because like I said, I don't know all the ins and outs of the parking deck. That's just my thought process of putting it on the west side of the building.
So you would think that the construction would come from the next SPLOST
Right,
10?
yeah. So now we'll have it. We'll have a design. We'll have construction drawings, cost estimates, and then we'll know that, hey, this parking deck is going to cost us whatever, and then it's put it into SPLOST, and then we can move from there.
Okay, all right.
So that way, I don't want to just say we need $6 million and then it come back at 10.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, I know that's probably gonna be another decade or so, seems like, before we actually get the construction started, but maybe we can figure out other funding mechanisms for
Beforehand.
the design work, and then perhaps figure out how to incorporate some of this into this current SPLOST. 'Cause I would hate to wait another 6-7 years to get it done.
Right, I don't disagree, but for this, I was like, this could just get the conversation
I got you,
started.
I got you. Wonderful idea, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Stacy Pulliam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Thank you for your presentation and recommendations. My question is in regards to the fleet request for all of the different departments. As we're out there and you're gathering the pricing for the fleets, is this based off of current vendors that we use? Is that what the pricing is based off of?
Right. So the design firm that designed our new fleet facility, they get those numbers comparable to other municipalities that have built new fleet facilities. Also, from cost estimate booklets that they have cost estimators that do those things for them, and then they get in return give us a list of costs for what we're doing. And so when we talk about $42 million for the new fleet facility, that includes new lifts. That's equipment, not just building costs, but equipment as well.
Okay, so I'm talking about the vehicles. I'm sorry.
No. So the fleet is the
Okay.
facility, not the. Oh, so you mean the cars or the
Yes,
purchase of
the
vehicles?
cars.
So we purchase vehicles through a number of different ways. Some are, as you see that come before you, are off the lot directly. Some will be off a government contract, and then some are actually put out to bid to different vendors who do pursuit cars. So when you're talking law enforcement, you're looking for pursuit cars.
Okay, but the cost that you have, like for year one, that is the actual cost of the vehicles, right?
Right.
Okay.
Along with the outfitting.
Okay, all right. So my question is, for that cost, is that based off of a current vendor that we have? And are we under contract with that vendor for that number of years and we won't be getting a new vendor?
No, those
Under
are
the contract.
That's the cost of what we're paying right now for the vehicles. And like I said, this includes, so if you're looking at the vehicle cost of $60,000, the vehicle roughly probably runs you about $49,000 to $50,000, and then the outfitting between $14,000 and $20,000. So you get a total of about $60,000. And the only reason that is because now the pursuit vehicles are actually like SUVs. So they're no longer like the Chargers or your sedans. They're Durangos, Explorers, or Tahoes.
Okay, and just so I'm completely clear, okay? So like when I'm shopping for my personal vehicle, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna do price comparison. Am I to believe that every place you shop, it's always going to be the exact same cost?
It could be lower, or it could, because like I said, some of these are bid costs. This was based off of 2025, 2026 pricing. So the pricing can, just like vehicles, the new model come up, it go up a little bit. We can purchase 25s and 26, and so you still get that cost. So it fluctuates.
Okay. Last question. So are we under a contractual agreement right now with a particular company to buy vehicles?
No.
Okay, so we'll be putting something out for bid.
Yeah, so
Correct.
when it comes up, say the sheriff's office wants to buy 15 new pursuit vehicles for road patrol, we'll put that out in a bid and so what we do, we'll put that out, we either put that out for a bid and then send it out to several car companies, or we can check on the lot pricing. And so basically we're just shopping for the best price.
Okay, so the cost that you gave us here could vary.
Right, and then this is like best price value is what we have on this sheet.
Okay, but we will be doing the purchasing. This is not something we're actually putting into their budget for them to purchase.
No, fleet purchases all vehicles.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Commissioner Don Clark.
Hey, Mr. Lampkin. So, got a question, kind of piggybacking off of Commissioner Pulliam. So, with the vehicles, because I got some concerns. Some of these may even exceed how many people we have working in some of these departments. Have we looked at kind of balancing out a determination of if there's really a need for this many vehicles in the said department's fleet?
Right. So every year, at the beginning of the year, we do what we call underutilized vehicle bring back. So we send out to all the departments. We also review how many miles that each car was put on last year, and then that determines what we could take out of service. So we do that every year. Also, what you see here, and that's why it says replacement, this is based off the county's replacement policy. So basically that policy is 125,000 miles or 10 years of service. And so at that point, sometimes we can get 140, it just depends. But according to the county policies, this is our replacement policy per year that we maintain. And then so we have a checklist that we go by to say, okay, this meets the qualifications for replacement, and then so that's the numbers you'll see. Will we technically replace all those vehicles? No. It just depends on, like I said, if they meet that evaluation sheet. Also, the number of vehicles, like I said on the first list, is what they currently have, and we send that sheet out to say, hey, we seen asset number so-and-so. All year long, it only required 20 miles. Is anybody driving it? Of course, you have a lot of departments that won't give up vehicles, and so what they have to do is type up a justification as to why they don't want to give up the vehicle or why they can't give up the vehicle. We review it in central services. It's passed to the administrator's office for review, and then we determine then if they could keep it or turn it in.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that, because that was going to be my next point, was to shift over to the administrator. Madam Administrator, if we can kind of put some more emphasis on looking at these. I get it. We want new vehicles. We want to have the pretty, but I also want to make sure that we're being fiscally responsible as well. If there's not a fundamental need that we have to have these to ensure that the departments are running appropriately, let's take a harder look at this. Because right now, what I'm looking at is kind of bringing some questions about the number of vehicles based on some of the department loads that I know for certain have some challenges as far as managing as well. Now, I'm not saying let's get rid of it based on the fact that we have shortages, but if there's not a fundamental need, let's make sure. Because from what Mr. Lampkin is saying, there's still some aspects that need to be checked and validated as far as determining from the formula that he's talking about, mileage, usage, and so on. This is kind of like a wish list. And I like for us to make sure that this is really the need. I don't really care to see a wish list because everybody wants everything, but we need to be fiscally responsible. And I'd like to see us get more clear on that piece.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Director Lambton, help me understand, because as I look out in this parking lot, there's vehicles that haven't been moved in months. Who does an inventory of the vehicles to make sure that they're in use and that? I mean, you literally, you can walk out in this parking lot right now, you see several vehicles that haven't been moved.
Right, so initially, vehicle assignments and how you address vehicles throughout your department is done by the department director. They assign the vehicles to whoever they see fit. When they submit for the purchase of a vehicle, they saying, hey, this is a replacement vehicle for this asset, and this is what, this is what it'll be used for, and then they kind of assign the vehicles. That goes back to our underutilized vehicles report that we do every year. So then Central Services comes back on top of that every year in our fleet department to say, okay, we've monitored these vehicles through GPS or whatever, and we can see that this vehicle hasn't moved, and since it hasn't moved, then we're asking that, we kind of do away with that vehicle, put it on gov deals. Now, in certain instances, when you talk about vehicles not being used, of course, we get statements back that says, hey, we have 4 vacancies. That vacancy is assigned to this vehicle, and we're looking to hire. So you'll see that jobs are posted. So whenever they bring somebody on board, then that vehicle will be assigned to that person. So that may be an instance where the car doesn't move because they don't have anybody who fills the position at that moment. Just let's take code enforcement. They drive around all day. I know they've had several vacancies that they are now filling, and so their cars probably had moved from the building because there's nobody here to drive them until they get that new person in place.
All right, Commissioner Pulliam from the second.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Still on the vehicles, but my question is, you brought up a point that you don't always need the money once you've gotten to those evaluations. Is there money that is still there from previous SPLOST or just budgets that we have not used? And when that happens, when you don't need the money, how far over does it, or how many years forward does it carry over?
I'm not sure. I think that's a finance question, but we do have capital carryovers for vehicles. Also with SPLOST, it just sits till you use it. So that's not something that goes away. And then when you're talking about shares vehicles, you have to calculate also the total loss of vehicles, because I think they average about 25 a year total loss vehicles that have to be replaced as well.
Okay, so I don't know if we want to hear that answer right now, but Administrator Allen, could we get that information? What's the capital carryover? Like, is there any money that's left from either previous SPLOST packages and or any other money that we've designated for vehicles?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Lampkin, Director Lampkin.
All right, Lampkin, I don't see any other questions. Colleagues, I think we're done with Director Lampkin. I think we're ready to move forward. Madam Administrator, who's the next presenter?
Yes, sir. Our next presenter would be Parks and Rec. And just to go back to a couple of things that I said initially, right now, Augusta does not currently have a capital improvement plan. So unfortunately, we utilize our SPLOST to take care of many of our capital needs. Our Parks and Recs department has done a tremendous job, as well as our central services, in trying to narrow down our priority projects. Each of these projects, again, if you do recall, when I think Central Services did their initial presentation last year sometime, they exceeded $300 million themselves in recommendation. Parks and Rec probably did the same thing. Theirs was close as well. So they have some other options that they're presenting. They did a great job in working toward that target number. Keeping in mind, when you get some of these projects, it's going to have to be either we proceed or we not. Some of them, especially when it comes to engineering, may be able to be phased in. Some of them, to Commissioner Johnson's point, we can look at and see if we can phase certain things in, but keeping in mind that does prolong it. Like he stated, it would take it another 6 years or the next SPLOST, and some things just don't make sense to wait that long. So they've done a great job in trying to see what could actually be phased in. Our goal is, after you hear all of the presentations from everyone, is for us to bring back a recommended list. again, knowing that you guys are going to give us some valuable input so that we can determine what projects make more sense to bring back to this governing body for approval by that July 15th date. So with that being said, I'll turn it over to Ms. Tamika Williams so she and Mr. Latson can present the Parks and Recreations.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So we have various information that'll be presented to you. Assistant Mr. Latson, who is with ISM, our consultants. And so in this presentation, you will hear information about our SPLOST projects, which we narrowed down to 10. And we're giving you a true look of what the funding would look like for the various projects and also other options for funding. Our priority is to make sure that we're improving what we already have and then what has been inquired by stakeholders and the public. Get started.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners and administration, and also to the citizens of Augusta. Again, this is kind of piggyback on what Ms. Williams said. We have been looking at these projects probably for about the last 9 months, and we were going back and forth on what's priority, what's not. So based on what we have, we looked at, we did this, some of y'all might be familiar with this. We did this, this document. One of the first things we did was look at all the facilities that we had in Augusta as it relates to Parks and Rec. And we looked at and see what type of shape it was in. And we came up with, we did an inventory and saw what needed to be improved. And we put a price tag on those facilities. So what you'll see in this presentation, at least for the first 4 projects, would be improvements to existing facilities. We saw it as looking at and improving what we actually have instead of adding more facilities, which means more maintenance. So that's what you're going to see in the 4 first slides. And what you will see is that it's countywide. It's countywide. So with that, I'm going to move on with the presentation. Our team consisted of course, Ms. Williams, the 2 assistant directors, Mr. Alfonso Williams and Ms. Yolanda Greenwood, which is sitting back here, and of course, the project coordinator, or the SPLOST coordinator, Frank Ross. I also want to mention too that administration was involved from the onset about 9 months ago, and so I forgot to put him in here, but it was Mr. Jackson was also involved in this as well. From the ISM team, it was myself, Steve Castle, Tony Williams, we call him Tony, Floyd Brown, and Patrick Graham with CHA. Okay, our first, and we kind of got it in order as it relates to improvements. First is Park and Facility Revitalization Initiative. The purpose of this is to enhance the quality, safety, and functionality of all Augusta recreation and parks facilities. In other words, this includes repairs to HVAC system, plumbing, concrete work, replacement of a restroom, like you see in this photo here. This is from Warren Road Community Center. So we went back and we assessed everything we looked at and see what needed to be brought up to date to codes and regulations. So this is the first thing that needs to be done at the parks within Richmond County. And again, I want to reiterate that this is countywide. The benefits for the project life increases to another 20 to 50 years. Long-term investment for these public assets. And of course, it updates the facilities are updated to current codes and standards. For this particular project, we're requesting $25 million over a 5-year period. Next is the sports courts renovations. We have a lot of parks throughout the county and all districts, and a lot of these parks need new fences. There need to be striping, resurfacing of your tennis courts, your pickleball courts, and your basketball courts. So this is what this particular project would do countywide for the existing parks that we have. The benefits for it is enhanced safety by meeting modern standards and reducing potential hazards. Over a 5-year period, we're requesting $4,675,000. Next is park enhancements. This consists of park usability and sustainability through landscaping, irrigation, drainage, site improvements, and other amenities. The benefits from it are to promote accessible outdoor activity and community engagement, will increase park functionality, and also increase the quality of life. For this particular item, we're requesting $15 million over a 5-year period. Next is capital equipment improvements. Again, this is countywide, and if you look at our existing parks, we have a lot of play equipment and just equipment in general that's outdated and old. So what this particular project would do is replace those equipment and bring it up to date. The benefits from it would be the reduction in annual maintenance costs, and it will extend the lifespan of the existing assets, and it also will attract the community and folks from outside of the community. Our request for this particular item is $6.4 million over a 5-year period. Next is Diamond Lakes Regional Park. Currently, there was a master plan that was done on Diamond Lakes back in 2001. And when you look at the previous project and previous, projects or improvements that were done at Diamond Lakes, they started on it and it stopped. So it was like it was included in a SPLOST. It was included in a SPLOST at some time, then it stopped, it wasn't included. So what we saw was that the plan was not continued, the improvements was not continued. So what we're trying to do is go back and update the master plan and make sure that we continue on with the improvements according to the master plan. Now, when you do this type of project, it has to be done in phases. So it would be done probably through 3 to 4 SPLOST, different SPLOSTs. So you have SPLOST 9, but you might have 10, 11, and 12 that might be included in it. So these larger type projects, as Ms. Allen said, they take a bit of time, and that's why it's important to have what you call a capital improvement plan, because it describes this, and this can also be communicated to the public. For this particular project, the benefits for this particular project, like I said, we're going by the master plan, and we're actually updating that as well. It's to enhance and promote community health and well-being, increase economic growth through tournaments and sports and programs, and it will also increase the quality of life. Over a 5-year period, we're requesting $20 million. Next is the aquatic facilities revitalization. I know Ron, Mr. Lampkin had talked about this a little bit during his presentation. He was talking about the building part, so we're going to be talking about the actual recreation pool part. But this would include Henry Brigham Swim Center, Jones Pool, Fleming Pool, and 2 splash pads. and the idea of adding new splash pads in areas around the county. And the benefit is that it would enhance and promote community health and well-being and increase community cohesion. We're requesting $10.5 million over a 5-year period. Next is the Fifth Street Marina improvement. This is a Pacific project. Mr. Lampkin, and I think one or two of the commissioners also touched on this. Our proposal is to do improvements out there as it relates to the walking trail, the playground units, the furnishing the site, new site, lighting, warehouse, and dock replacement, and also improve the ADA standards out there. And there will be some upgrades to the marina store. This would also enhance the quality of life, safety, and it would be aesthetically pleasing to the eye. We're requesting $4.9 million over a 5-year period. Next is the new Savannah Bluff. This is a project that's located near the airport, right off of Lock and Dam. Currently, that area is, I want to say it's probably about 40 or 50 years where there hadn't been, where it appears that it hadn't been really been any improvements out there. It's really bad. And it's a real nice area, but it needs some major upgrades. So this particular project will do that. It would actually add, make it a little bit more operational, bringing it back up to standards, increase the lighting, the aesthetics out there. And there'll also be a lot of site work that will have to happen out there. The benefits would be, it would increase the usage for boaters. There would be picnics, more picnics, school groups, fishermen, and other groups and special events that could be out there. We're requesting $11 million over a 5-year period for this particular project. Next is the Augusta Soccer Park improvements. Currently, there's a big land, multiple acres that are out there that needs to be improved. This particular project will replace the current turf with synthetic turfing. There will be new restrooms and upgrading and to upgrade the existing site and parking lot. The benefits for this would be it would create a new environment with cleaner and more accessible environment for visitors, and it will also be some LED lighting to improve safety and visibility in that area. The request for this particular project is $8.6 million over a 5-year period. And lastly is the Georgia State Military Cemetery. There's been a lot of talk about a Georgia military cemetery within the Augusta CSR area. Currently, there's the closest cemeteries are in Columbia, South Carolina, and Milledgeville, Georgia. So having a military cemetery here would be a big plus for the area, not only for Augusta, but for the surrounding area. The request for this particular project is $23 million over a 5-year period. All right, so what we did was we took what was presented was basically an uncut of the projects. So an uncut of those projects will total at $129,095,680. Okay, so we know, and we talked to Ms. Allen, and we know that has to be reduced. So, yeah, yeah. But here's the thing: if these are projects that you want, we know that we have to present that and give you some real numbers, and then give you some options after that. And I think we're pretty confident with the numbers that we actually have, because what we do is we take into consideration when the project would actually be constructed. So if we build or start constructing a project 4 years from now, we have we increase the construction costs, to bring the construction costs, to take the construction costs to that particular date, and escalate the cost to that particular time. So we're pretty confident with the estimate here. But this is what the uncut is. Like I said, we know we can't we're not going to be able to work it like that. But next would be option 2, and option 2 is the SPLOST 9 park and facility upgrades. Just looking at improvements countywide to the existing facilities that we have. Because let's keep in mind that any building or any additional structures, facilities, there has to be some type of a maintenance cost that has to be associated with it. So what that means is that that's going to increase your budget or increase your cost for maintenance. So, but what this does right here is take what we actually have existing and improving it. So we don't name each particular part that has to be improved, because there may be some changes on that with some of the other studies that we actually have going on. So we didn't pick a particular part. So with that said, with the 4 first items that we have, which is countywide, and using those same numbers, the cost would be $51,075,000, which is kind of close to that $50 million. Option 3 would be to reduce the cost across the board for each project, and it's reduced by about 39%. But keep in mind, if we do that, and those costs still would be the same to complete those projects. I made a note there to say that, hey, we would probably need 2 more SPLOST to actually complete those projects. So it would take basically a minimum of 15 years to complete it. So which means that you would actually have to phase these projects. And I kind of wanted this, even though we have 5 years, you say 5 years, but it pretty much takes 5 years to phase the projects, especially large ones. I mean, not phase projects, but to fund the projects. I think sometimes we might, there might be a misconception that we get these projects and we got to complete them in 5 years. Well, the funding, and Mr. Tim can tell you that you may not get all your funding in 1 year. That funding may be spread out over a 5-year period. And so, which means that you may still have construction in that funds to come to you in that 5th year. So which means that construction will go past 5 years. It could be 6 or 7 years. So I just kind of wanted to put that out there. And I think I got, so this is the 3rd option. So this is the conclusion, and then there's comments and questions. But I did want to show the example of what I just mentioned before. Normally what you do is you have your planning and design. And your planning and design probably would take up 75% of your time. However, it'll probably only includes 25% of your costs to do it. And then your construction costs would take up 75% of your funds, and then 25% to actually construct it. So as you can see in this, the design and the planning has to start first, so that's what you fund first. And then construction comes next. So if you can see in your 3rd year or year 28, you start receiving your construction funds. So if you look at this particular project, it's going to take all 5 years for it to fully get funded. And it would be, so which means that it may be 2 years after the project is, after that 5th year, that the project is actually completed. So I just kind of wanted to mention, kind of put that out there. But with that said, we'll open it up for questions and comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Latson. Director Williams, thank you so much. Before I open it up to my colleagues, my first question is, in all of your evaluation and looking at Parks and Recreation, was there any consideration made for the Edward M. McIntyre Riverwalk? Is this part of any of these dollars allocated towards the rehabilitation of Riverwalk?
Yeah, there's some funds, APR funds in there, and then in the four top items, that's across the board funding in those. That's an existing facility, so yes, improvements will be done to that within those four first items.
Okay, thank you. Chair recognizes Commissioner Stacy Pulliam.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Thank you so much, both of you. Thank you for your presentation. And we see your work all over the city. So just thank you so much for everything that you've done thus far and what you continue to do. And I can't say enough, Director Williams, you've come in and you've done a phenomenal job thus far. So thank you very much for that. A few questions. One, I know that you said that this is not an extensive detail list, but is there one that does exist?
Extensive.
Detail lists as far as how you will prioritize what projects you're already working on in different parks or what you've identified in certain parks.
And we do have a what we call like a work order list. And let me just bring that up. I forgot to mention those first four projects. I would say items. We would consider those more or less work orders and smaller size projects. Some may be medium-sized projects, but we actually have those projects set up to where the on-call you guys disapproved probably maybe 2 or 3 months ago, where those guys can actually set up and work those. I think we have like 10 or 11 on-call contractors to do that. We also have that'll probably be coming before you, probably within the next month or so, I would think, probably within the next month, on-call engineers and testing firms that will actually help with some of the engineering. And let me mention too, and I think it's a good thing for Augusta, but most of those firms, if not all of them, are local. So they're pretty much already set up to do a lot of these work. And we have already started, I think we are actually going back since we had work orders set up on all these different parks, on items that needed to be done. Now, since the hurricane, we had to go back. We're going back now and reassessing it because there's a lot of changes in the parks. So that's kind of where we're at, and we're almost done with that. So these guys are ready to go right now to start working on these projects. And that was the whole plan all along. So.
Okay, so I guess we just continue to identify, I'm sure Parks and Recs is going out to each facility to see what needs to be done. But I'd like to say that as I look at the parks in my area, Mimic, Dowdy, Carrie J. Mays, W.T. Johnson, those facilities are definitely aging facilities, as is most Augusta, but there's ongoing needs in all of those parks, and all of them are in need of upgrades. So it's buckling down and figuring out, okay, what order do we do this in? And how do we prioritize the things that need to be done in those areas? Because that pretty much leaves District 2 without a really well-functioning facility, if I may, because there's so many needs in our facilities. But also, is there a specific allocation or cap to each park? So as you talk about small projects, are you capping each project at a certain amount?
I would say that it'd just be based on the facility, because one may need more upgrades than the other. And so we would strategically look at that across the board.
Okay, so I would like to come back and revisit that. I would definitely like to see a list of what our priority projects are in order of need, because some of them, like I said, are in more dire need. So I would like to see that list so that we can start to address it that way. because my district needs it. I'm just gonna be, I don't know how else to say it, like, we need it yesterday. So, thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Johnson.
Thank you, Commissioner Pulliam. Chair recognizes Commissioner Jordan Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to piggyback a little bit on some of what both my colleagues just mentioned. Three areas that I really want us to really focus in on. I mean, I know this is a really good list so far that you've put together, but there are three areas that I think that we should look at. SPLOST gives us an opportunity to do things outside of the normal, things that we can actually show the taxpayers that their dollars are being put to good use. And three gaps that I see is each year, Nike hosts a Peach Jam, right? They host a Peach Jam over in North Augusta. It's a multi-purpose facility, multiple courts, plenty parking and everything. They host the event in North Augusta, but they shop in downtown Augusta. They sleep in downtown Augusta. They get Airbnbs in Augusta. So it's just my selfish thinking that a facility like that should be somewhere in downtown Augusta. I see that, and I'm not coming after the South Augusta folks at all. I'm not saying that Diamond Lakes is not a place for that, right? Because I think it'd be great. But three multi-purpose gyms could really be put to use at a facility like May Park, and with an additional upgrade to the current gym that they already have there. I know that there's already some dollars allocated to improvements for like the grounds and some of the picnic shelters, crosswalks, or things of that nature. But as far as something that could present a positive welcome mat from South Carolina into Augusta, with the May Park where it currently sits and the old jail site across the street, that presents an opportunity for us to do something major at that area. And I don't want us to wait another 15 years. I know that May Park, the last upgrade it had was probably when it was built around the 70s or something like that. And I could be wrong, but that's just my estimation. So I would love for us to start thinking about how we can take that park and do something major with it, because it is the only park that really services downtown in East Augusta properly. A second thing is, I know we had conversations about the boathouse and how on our riverfront we had a premier event center, but now we don't. I think our boathouse should be something that we look into as far as how do we rebuild something. It really grinds my gears when we have to go to the Savannah Rapids Pavilion in another county to have banquets and weddings and festivals and whatnot. When Augusta has the same river, we have the same canal, we have the same amenities, but we don't have the building. Okay, so I would hope that we would be able to look at something for the boathouse. And I want to piggyback on the mayor's comment on the Riverwalk. Typically, when we talk about the Riverwalk improvements, we talk about fixing the bricks and fixing what's not working. But we very rarely talk about completely reimagining the Riverwalk altogether. You go to San Antonio, you go to any place that has a river, you go to Chattanooga, and they present more than just a park, right? And so in this, I want us to start looking at how can we allocate dollars to perhaps redesign the Riverwalk.
I'm glad you said that. We've actually been in conversation probably for about a year and a half on the revisioning Riverwalk.
Okay.
So it's just basically it's the same thing as basically a master plan, the same thing that's happening in Diamond Lakes. Okay. So your major parks, I call Diamond Lakes pretty much a county park. And Riverwalk is pretty much like a county, not even a county, it's a CSRA thing. So we're going back and looking at all of these large facilities and revisiting it and bringing it up to par. And soon you probably see where we would be contacting you and seeing what your thoughts are on it.
Because I think we can, it was a great concept for the 90s, but moving into the future, we need more than the park. We need more than the trail.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Last question, and I'll yield the floor, is, I have other questions, but I'll send them to you. The last question is, we have money set aside from a previous SPLOST to develop the depot. Are there any plans from the department to I know there's already conversations about developing a depot, but are there any additional plans to expand that development? The depot property down on the Riverwalk? Do you need to get back with me on that one? Okay.
Yeah, we probably, yeah.
All right, okay, okay. Ultimately, I think it's a pretty good put together, but, you know, other than just questions about like how, you know, what park courts are we talking about, which park enhancements are we talking about, I think these are pretty good starting points. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 9th.
Thank you,
Commissioner
Mayor
Francine Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two questions. I didn't see in the presentation, nor did I hear about the continuing splash funding for the water park. I know we had money in SPLOST 8, I believe, 25, and I would like to see to the continuation, because I don't want this to be 10 years down the road. So I would like to see some ideas on what are we going to do with the water park, because this is something that we brought to the to the voters, and they voted, and it was so that it would come that we would have a water park, and I did not see it in your presentation. So I would like to, you can tell me now, or you can come back later and tell me your ideas on how we are going to fund the water park, because we got $25 million just sitting there.
Well, currently, right now, the water park for Diamond Lakes was $5 million, yes.
I'm sorry, 5.
And so we're working now to see what type of design that we can have out there at that park for the water park.
Okay. And secondly, and I'm not sure, I wasn't around when the cemeteries, the city-owned cemetery was put under, I believe, parks, and we're in desperate need for some attention to that too. I'm not sure if it'll be in a SPLOST or how, but I see we have the military cemeteries, but also just remember we need to put that in mind as well. Great presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been quiet all day, but I am going to bring this up and thank y'all both for being here today. As you know, I mentioned it to you yesterday. We've got so many parks. How many do we have off the top of you?
We got like, yeah.
Some of them I don't even know the names, never heard, never even seen. But I'm going to just say this. We spend a lot of money taking care of some of these unutilized parks that we don't even know about because we have so many. We've talked about this since I've been on the commission and nothing's been done. How can we need to get rid of some of these parks and take care of the main focused parks like the Diamond Lakes. A lot of these counties around Georgia have 5, maybe not even that, 4 or 5 nice parks that they go to. Augusta has so many parks with so many names, and they're not being utilized. In fact, actually, they become a safety issue. Things going on at parks that don't need to be going on at parks. So why isn't it that we can't get rid of some of these and take the funding that we're wasting on taking care of these unutilized parks and put that money towards what we would like to see done in other areas, such as the Savannah Rapids. We'd like something like a Savannah Rapids. We could put money towards doing something like that, and the water park, doing something really nice instead of having a bunch of parks that we're maintaining, but nobody's going there except for finding trouble. So when can we get that discussed? I know we're talking about the budget here, but at some point we got to figure out how we can get rid of some of these parks.
We've actually already started working on that. We did have a presentation about underutilized parks.
Yeah.
And there's one segment, we explained that was one segment that was missing, which was the usage. And there was a conversation about having, the plan was to have cameras at these parks, the existing parks, to see what the actual usage is. Basically, we know what the capacity of the park is, but we don't know how many people are going in and out. So the idea was to have the cameras set up to see what the actual usage are and in these parks. So, and that's where we're at. We're actually in the process of getting our own calls to actually set up these cameras as we speak. So, and the idea is to have that done. I want to say, Ms. Allen, you correct me if I'm wrong. I think before the end of September, right? All right.
So we will have by the end of September
To
what
have
we
some
need to
numbers,
know to
have
get
some
rid.
numbers for that. So, and so if you go back to the presentation, notice in the four first items, we didn't list parks. There's a reason behind that is because based on the results from that, we can determine then on which parks we really need to focus on and which one you would and you can determine which one, the underutilized one, you really wouldn't put any money on that. But this body and administration in the county have to figure out what do we do with these parks, if we see that they're underutilized. So that's probably would be another discussion. So, but I'm glad you mentioned that because we are working on that.
Okay, I look forward to hearing about that in late September, but thank you for all your work. I appreciate you
Thank you.
both.
Thank you, Commissioner Rice. Chair recognizes Commissioner Don Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hey, thank you both for the presentation. Special point of acknowledgement to ISM for our local community members that don't know. ISM was the entity that provided all that care and support of removing the debris throughout our county. So his team, A.B. Latson and his team were the magic hands that have brought us to a point of stabilization. So a grateful community appreciates you all's effort. Whether you were paid up for it or not, we appreciate it greatly.
Thank you.
For the responsiveness.
Thank you.
For sure. Yep. They didn't do it single-handed. It was a team effort for sure. But I just wanted to take the moment, AB, and just thank you all for sure for that.
And I definitely want to, we work as a team, but I definitely want to single out Steve Castle. Steve has been, Steve would do it and not even get paid. so
Hey, write that down, Miss Allen. Write that down.
Passionate about, he's that passionate about it. So I just want to just mention and call him out.
All right, I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
I'll ask you guys a question real quick, just two quick ones. I know, and this is probably something we'll have to work through. I know on the Central Services presentation, they had a line item for maintenance of facilities, and you all have maintenance of facilities as well. So, Ms. Allen, we probably have to get some clarity on, are we looking to repurpose funds to where Central Service is the primary entity, or are we still going to have funds disseminated throughout the different departments? Because I believe all of them have some kind of maintenance facility in their budgets, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I guess we got to get to a point of understanding. Is it going to be the primary function of Central Service to do that, or are we going to split it up? Because if not, then we're going to have probably 3 or 4 more duplications and mentions of maintaining facilities.
Yes, sir. We'll work through that and bring it back as part of the proposal.
Okay. And last one, so you all tapped into something that, is definitely near and dear to my heart, which is the Veteran Cemetery. I appreciate you taking the effort at this. I know I shared some of the information that former Mayor Young and I have been carrying for 5 years now. I didn't realize it had been that long, but we've been carrying that for 5 years. So thank you for accentuating that point. Did you all follow up with 2KM on the designs and layouts of that?
I think I had spoke with him. It's been a minute though.
Okay. Yeah, because the number that you had on there, the 23, that was brand new to me. I know inflation, increase in costs and all that. We were estimating it at a different number, so.
Yeah, we went back and looked at, phases and how, and escalated the number. We use, I guess what we call, engineers call engineering economic analysis, where we can forecast on what today's number is and what it would be when it's constructed. So it went up based on, and we kind of used like the COVID numbers of inflation, the rate. So it's up there, but we can actually revisit that and see.
Yeah, I'd like to see if we could, let's get a meeting together just so we can go through it. I can show you some of the phased approaches. I mean, we got generations of growth out there, but again, not hogging up the priority line. We got a long Soul Train line of projects that everyone's trying to get funding for. But I appreciate you all bringing that up and kind of talking about the need for sure. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Clark. Chair recognizes Commissioner Jordan Johnson.
Thank you, sir. Two final questions. Piggybacking on the cemetery, is that 23 million?
Yes, sir.
Is that 23 million for construction and maintenance or just construction?
No, that is for planning, design, and construction.
Design and construction. Do we have a plan for maintenance and operations? Is that going to be through the city or the state, or how does that work? Do we still have to figure that
Mr.
part
Mayor,
out?
if I could clarify that.
Yes, sir.
All right, so Commissioner Johnson, that's a good point, right? So because it's a state cemetery, the state would be the one to manage this. They would add this to their inventory of existing 2 cemeteries. This would be the 3rd, and they would add that to their annual costs, which are estimating it to be about $500,000 to $700,000 annually to manage that. So it wouldn't be one that we would run and maintain.
Okay, all right. And last question is, how does Blythe and Hepzibah fall into the SPLOST conversations? Do we make those decisions for them as well?
I think you're talking about as far as in reference to parks?
Allocations, yeah, well, yes. So like say for instance, we want to do some upgrades at Blythe or do something over at McBean or Hepzibah Carroll. Is that a Augusta thing, or is that something that they have to be responsible for?
No, Augusta, those are Augusta parks.
And do we have any plans for the Blythe Community Center?
Yeah, we actually have 2 ongoing projects that's actually on the agenda today.
Okay.
For both Blythe and McBean.
Well, I mean, are we talking like splash pads and just other improvements, or these
And
just general?
improvements, no, actual improvements.
Gotcha.
I think one of them even, I want to say McBean even have, what do you call it?
Well, I saw the McBean item, but I wasn't sure about the the disc golf.
Disc golf.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's actually, I mean, that's, and basically, the concepts are already done on those.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Mr. Latson, Director Williams, I don't see any other colleagues in the queue. We certainly appreciate your presentation. Thank you so much. Madam Administrator?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, governing body, that closes out the presentations for today. Again, we will start back on the 26th, and we will have the entities come back on the 26th, and then we'll have additional entities come in on the 27th to do presentations.
All right, the 26th and the 27th. To the general public, we appreciate your attendance in being here today. We're going to recess for about 20 minutes, and we're going to start the commission meeting. Thank y'all for being here. Good afternoon, everybody. Appreciate y'all being here. Looks like we have a quorum. It's now 2:07. Madam Clerk, I call this meeting to order. While she's getting her thoughts together, today is election day. So if you haven't voted, we have a Public Service Commission election today. Go vote for the candidates of your choice. All right, Madam Clerk. I'm just talking while we trying to get ready.
We thank you, sir, for that public service announcement. I call your attention to our invocation portion of the agenda, which will be shared with us today by Reverend Frederick L. Patterson, pastor of the True Vine Missionary Baptist Church, after which we would like to ask our illustrious administrator if she would please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Would you please stand?
If you all will join me. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. Heavenly Father, it's in the blessed name of Jesus that we come before you at this hour, asking, Heavenly Father, that you will bless us now with your presence. We pray, Heavenly Father, that you will lead, guide, and direct, Father God, in all our ways. For we recognize, Heavenly Father, that you are the divine architect, for your word has declared, except the Lord build the house, except the Lord build the city, except the Lord build the community, that our labors are in vain. Heavenly Father, we pray and ask that you bless each elected and appointed official with wisdom, Father God, and a just mind, Father God. For your word is declared that righteousness exalteth a nation, and sin is a reproach to any people. So have your way in these chambers, Father God. We ask now, Heavenly Father, that you would just move in a mighty way, for you already know the issues that are yet set before them. May they, Father God, rule justly, rule rightly, as we give you the praise, the honor, and the glory. For it's in Jesus' name we pray and we ask it, and all said amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It's always great to pray.
Amen.
Madam Clerk?
That's something me and all do.
Yes, sir. Reverend Pastor, appreciate you being here, so thank you for that.
Yes, yes.
Madam Clerk, let's continue.
Okay. Call your attention to the recognition portion of our agenda. Director Anita Rookert from our HR department will facilitate this item.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, citizens of Augusta. It brings me great pleasure to recognize our May Years of Service recipients. For the month of May 2025, we had 19 employees celebrate 5 to 50 years of service here with Augusta. This afternoon, we'd like to recognize our 25 to 50 years recipients. For the month of May, the total years in institutional knowledge being celebrated today is 235 years. So congratulations to those employees. So when I call your name, please come forward. Stacy Simpkins, Sheriff's Office, 25 years. Julia Lee, Parks and Recreation, 35 years. Troy Millam, Fire Department, 35 years. Daniel Rogers, Sheriff's Office, 40 years.
Everybody needs to stand with him.
40. Congratulations to our May year recipients, years of service recipients.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for those great employees. The Sheriff's Office, before you go, I want to acknowledge a couple of folks. Tasha, you have those photos? There's a couple people that did some phenomenal things, especially on Father's Day. Let's see who we're going to bring up first here. All right, first, Sergeant Darrell Grooms on Father's Day of all days. There were a couple of gentlemen that were struggling in the water down at Lock and Dam. They actually saved some lives on Father's Day. So let's give a round of applause for Darrell Grooms. If you know him, please reach out to him and thank him. And those two gentlemen that he saved certainly are appreciative that he saved their life. Next up is someone that a lot of people know who's very vital to our homeless population. Her name is Shawn Rhodes. She's probably not in here, but she was recognized for all the great work that she does throughout the community, helping the homeless and helping our community. So if you know those great Sheriff's Department employees, please reach out to them and congratulate them, and thank you so much. Madam Clerk, I think that takes us to the next item. I think that moves us to delegation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's move on.
Call your attention to item number B under our delegation portion, Ms. Patricia A. Jeter from the West Augusta 6 Jeter Foundation.
Welcome, Ms. Jeter. Appreciate you being here today.
And if I could, Mr. Mayor, we'd like to call your attention to the supporting documentation attached to the agenda item. Will reference Ms. Jeter's request concerns today.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Ms. Jeter, if you will, for the record, please state your name and address.
Patricia Ann Jeter, 4102 Elders Drive, Augusta, Georgia.
Thank you, Madam. Are the ladies behind you going to be presenting as well, or are they just there for support?
They are going to be speaking.
All right, if you don't mind, let's get them come to the mic and go ahead and give their names and address for the record, please.
Good morning. Good afternoon. I'm Valerie Lawton, 4580 Logan's Way, Augusta.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I'm September Smith. Just got married. I can't. Sometimes
Congratulations, Mrs. Smith.
I just got married, so sometimes I say Palmer, but it's Agatha September Smith now. And I am at 4334 Regan's Lane in Augusta, Elderberry.
Thank you so much. You ladies have 5 minutes.
Okay, so I just wanted to start out by saying we appreciate you all letting us be here and speak to the commission. I'm here today because I would like to request a community center for the fastest growing area in Southwest Augusta. I'm here to request anywhere from $11 to $15 million in SPLOST 9 funds. I did submit this request to the previous budget administrator, and I have spoken to Commissioner Clark, as well as our Honorable Mayor and Commissioner Francine Scott. This has been ongoing for a while, and I've also spoken to Commissioner Rice. I did want to say that community centers are essential to a community. They are a hub, social hub, that binds the community together. And by us not having a community center, we lack resources, we lack senior resources, and we actually have nowhere to go when it comes down to hosting events, as well as our honorable mayor and other leaders. We can't even have a meeting because we have nowhere to go. Not to mention, community centers also keep children out of, I would say, juvenile delinquency. It also offers programs, after-school programs and senior programs, as well as overall, it's just an improvement to the community overall. It empowers the community. Community centers also increase property values, and it is more attractive to those who would like to purchase and live in the community because they know that they have these type of resources. That being said, we've identified several different locations because we would like a community center that's within walking distance of our community, which is Jimmy Dias and Harper Franklin area. There is a location across the street next to the Circle K, as well as a location that is on Jimmy Dias and owned by Mark Maddox, I believe Matt Maddox. He's already cleared the land. The land's already ready to build. There is also another location on Madeline Drive that is owned by the county. It's actually 6 acres. So you wouldn't have to do land acquisition. You would just have to allocate the funds. Also, we are also looking at our new Fire Station 3 location in that area. There's 46 acres behind the fire station. That being said, I'm gonna let the other ladies speak, but I did wanna say that we need a community center because we are the fastest growing area in Augusta. We have nowhere to go, and it also empowers the community and the children and families within the community.
Thank you. I am a line dancer. Right now, I travel from Diamond Lakes, McDuffie Woods, Henry Brigham, Bernie Ward. There's a roster. We have to sign our names. If you look at them, those places are full. The other thing is it's not diverse. It's basically soul line dancing, with the exception of where them fans at. That's probably the only country line dance we do, and a cowgirl, and we do our fans. I'd like to see a community center for the seniors. Right now, they're on the pad over there across from the Daniel Field, because during the summertime, they use the area for, yes, sir?
1 minute.
I got 1 minute? Okay, they use the area for children, okay? I'd like to see a place that has facilities for the teachers at the school that's right across from us. I'd like to have a place for the firemen that they can go. I'd like to see a place that has the saunas and exercise equipment, as well as indoor pickleball, because it's too hot to play pickleball outside right now. And a lot of seniors and a lot of the community likes to play pickleball. A lot of us love to dance. So not only do we like to do soul, but we also like to do salsa, Latin America, country, and square dance. So you know what? The next time we got a do-si-do, or promenade, or honor your partner, honor your corner, we can do it right there in our own vicinity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mrs. Smith, you're up, madam.
Okay, good afternoon again. I just want to say, now I've been in Elderberry going on 20 years. And our kids have grown up. Now we have new families in there with small children. They have no place to go. They are constantly walking up and down the street. And if we had a community center, we have things for them to do that's constructive rather than walking up and down the street. There are a lot of seniors in there, me included. I'm 69 years old, and I basically can't go anywhere in the community to do things that will help me grow still. So I'd like to see that in our community. Basically, that's what I have to say.
Ms. Smith, thank you so much. We have your commissioner that is in the queue. The chair recognizes Commissioner from the 5th, Commissioner Don Clark.
Ladies, I appreciate you all coming representing District 5 today. Definitely appreciate Ms. Jeter and her diligence. Continue to beat that bush and beat that drum about the need and want of a facility out there in the area. Obviously, I live out there with you all. It would benefit the area for sure. Your timing is interesting as we are about to go through SPLOST discussions, but more importantly, also determining our facility inventory as it stands right now. So I ask you all this to give us the opportunity to execute some level of due diligence collectively to determine where we stand with our parks, with our facilities. The last thing we need to do is add another facility right now in the midst of trying to determine if we need to shut down any facilities and so on. So in this regard, I'm going to ask you all to do what all of us are doing. Have a little patience, utilize the numerous facilities that we do have, vibrant programs. Ms. Valerie, I do like your point about diversifying some of those programs. Please give that to Director Williams and her team. And Director Williams, please let's see if we can add some diversity to some of the line dances. Commissioner Mason and I are ready to go learn our salsa. And but I'm serious though. I appreciate you all carrying the water on this for the community. It'll benefit if we can make it happen for sure.
When we do bring this subject up, Sue Reynolds is pointed to. It must have been built maybe in the 1970s. I was doing some research. It is no longer a viable, it's not a viable option. It has low utilization because the current infrastructure does not match the growth pattern that's in the community. They're currently building 450 houses on Powell Road as we speak, which is going to increase the number of residents in the area. So we're asking that you all, and I did go out and take a look at it yesterday, we're asking, no offense to Commissioner Rice, that you abandon that facility and build us a new one.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, and noted. Commissioner Francine Scott, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Ms. Jeter. Thank you all for coming. I have the same sentiments that Commissioner Clark has on what we're going to do and how we're going to look at the inventory we have. again, give us some patience, and I know Ms. Jeter gonna say I gave you 4 years, so you got to give me at least 3 years, 3 years and about 7 months. But thank you so much for coming, and all requests will be considered. I can't promise you anything, but if we can do it, it would happen, but I just cannot say for sure where we're gonna go, because we do have to look at the inventory we have and what we're gonna do away with, and for sure consider where our next, if we have a new facility come, where it would be, because some say West Augusta is the fastest growing area, and some say South Augusta. So, and I represent 102 constituents from 1, 2, 4, and 5, so I'm pulling both ways, but thank you for coming.
All right, you got one more. Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice, you have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say to Mrs. Jeters, we've talked in the past, and I hear your concerns about Sue Reynolds. I have too myself ridden over there over the past several years, and I do hear that where you are located, it is the fastest growing area. And I will support whatever I can along with my colleagues, but please do know that I appreciate your advocacy for wanting a new facility, and we will work to the best of our ability. Thanks.
Thank you, ladies, for being here. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, before we move on to the consent agenda, Commissioner Don Clark has asked for a couple minutes of personal privilege.
Thank you,
Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Everyone, I'd like to bring everyone's attention to a pretty significant milestone that we have in our country's history. June 14th, 1775, as our country fought for its independence, it established and created defense of our borders, the United States Army. On this day, June 14th, 2025, we celebrated 250 years of service of the United States Army. If there are any men and women in the audience today that proudly served at any point in time in the United States Army, would you please stand for a grateful community to recognize you for your contribution towards that 250 years of service? Commissioner Mason didn't stand. He also served in the United States Army. But again, from a grateful nation, from a grateful community, we thank you all for your continued service, and we celebrate proudly with the rest of our country. This year, we're celebrating 250 years for the United States Army, 250 years for the United States Marine Corps, and 250 years for the United States Navy. So again, Marine Corps, Navy, I know your birthday is not this month, but we acknowledge and celebrate you all as well for your service. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Thanks to all those who served. Certainly appreciate your sacrifice. Madam Administrator, I think that takes us to the consent portion of our agenda. Let's go ahead and address the addendums first, because I see we have a few. Madam Clerk, can you read the addendums in? Let's go ahead and the addendum items.
Yes, sir. You want me to announce them?
Yeah,
or?
Let's announce them. Yes, please.
Okay. I'll have them placed on the screen as well. Okay. Item 1 is to discuss the deplorable conditions at the Bon Air, as well as safety of residents living in and in the surrounding areas of the building, requested by Commissioner Catherine Rice. Number 2, nominate Commissioner Francine Scott to serve as the NACO, the National Association of County Commissioners voting delegate for Richmond County at the 2025 NACO Annual Conference. Commissioner Johnson. Item 3 is motion to approve to authorize the hiring of Tyson Flowers as a junior surveyor with the Engineering and Environmental Services Department with a salary of $54,550 requested by the administrator. Item number 4 is a request to approve appointing Chevette Vassar as the interim planning and development director effective May 30th, 2025 at a 15% above current salary or the minimum salary of the position, whichever is greater, requested by the administrator. Item number 5 is a motion to approve Housing and Community Development's request to provide funding to Vital Steps to continue development in the Sand Hills area and support the construction of one single-family unit to be sold to the low-income home buyers, approved by the Administrative Services Committee, June 10, 2025.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Johnson, I see you in the queue, sir. Is there something that you'd like to?
Yes, sir. I want to ask that the commission accepts all of these items as a part of our regular agenda, but then I would also like to consent items 2, 4, and 5 from that agenda.
All right, that's been a request to consent items 2, 4, and 5. Is there any objection to adding these items, first of all? Hearing or seeing no objections, those items are added with the consent of items 2, 4, and 5. Commissioner
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, can you
Yes.
can you repeat what you just said?
Yeah, so there is no objection to adding these 5 items. Commissioner Johnson has
Right.
also
Okay.
requested to add item 2, 4, and 5 to the consent agenda.
Yes, sir, have that. The administrator is asking if item 18 be pulled.
That's item number 18. You want to pull item 19. All right. Chair recognizes Commissioner Alvin Mason
From the 4th.
on the 4th.
All right. I would request pull number 20 and bring it to the very forefront, the very first item that we address.
Thank you, Commissioner Mason. Chair recognizes Commissioner Don Clark.
Number 5 from the addendum. I have a couple questions about that.
So you want to pull number 5
Yes, sir.
from the addendum? All right. All right, thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Francine Scott.
Yes, sir. On the consent agenda, I would like to pull number 3.
That's item number 3. Okay.
And is it appropriate at this time that number 31 under public safety and 32 under public safety, can they be companion?
31 and 32 has been requested to be companion items. Is there any objection to that?
They're the same.
I don't hear any or see any. We can make those companion items.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, 32 and 33, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, 32 and 33, okay.
And consent 31.
Okay. And consent 31.
Yes, sir. And I would like to consent, I guess that's all. And I would like to pull 34.
Oh,
Well,
it's
34
on the regular
it's on the
agenda.
regular agenda anyway,
We'll
Madam.
leave it there.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Jordan Johnson from the 1st.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to consent 27, 28, 29, and 30.
That's 27, 28, 29, and 30. Just add to the consent agenda. Give colleagues a minute to read them.
And I have a quick question. Number 24, did that go through committee or did we not have quorum for that?
That's what I was going to consent.
We going to consent that?
I wanted to, yes.
Did it move through committee?
Is there in the record 24? That's Public Services, motion to approve recommendation of award to Trinity Electrical Services LLC in the amount of $771,000. I'm reading.
No, sir, that was requested by the Augusta Aviation Commission as one of their grant awards.
Okay.
That it was time sensitive.
It was time sensitive. So do you still want to add it to the consent agenda, Commissioner Johnson?
I yield to Commissioner Rice.
Yes, I'd like to add that to consent,
All
please.
right, 2024 has been added to consent. All right, Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. Yeah. All right, Madam Clerk, I don't see anyone else in the queue, so we can get cleaned up. Make sure we're make sure we're where we need to be. All right, colleagues, you see the screen. I would love to entertain a motion.
Second.
There's been a motion by Commissioner Alvin Mason, second by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Still pull out. You want to, okay, thank you. That motion carries with Mr. Garrett and Mr. Guilfoyle out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. For the record, do we need to read any of these planning petitions in before we go through the agenda?
Yes, sir, we do.
All right.
Okay. Call your attention to our planning portion of our agenda. Item number 4, it's a request for rezoning from a zone R1C1 family residential to a zone P1 professional office for property located at 1443 Anthony Road. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors to this matter? Hearing or seeing none, Madam Clerk, let's continue.
All right. Call your attention to the public service portion of our agenda. Item number 11, it's a request for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with the location at 1714 15th Street. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors to this matter? I see 2 hands that are there,
see 2.
Madam Clerk, so
Okay.
we will have to pull that one.
Yes, sir. Item number 12 is a request for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with the location at 2803 Riceboro Road, Suite 4 and 5. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors to that matter? Item 12. I see 2 objectors. We'll pull item 12.
Item number 13, a request to approve for a new location, consumption on premise, liquor, beer, and wine license to be used in connection with the location at 879 Broad Street. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors? 879 Broad, I see 2 objectors. We'll pull that item as well.
Okay. Right now, we have item number 3 requested to be pulled by Commissioner Francine Scott. I went to church with you, sister. Asked to be pulled item 11 and 12 with 2 objectors.
And
Item number 18, the administrator is requesting that. Commissioner Mason is asking that item number 20 be pulled and first considered during business today.
Okay.
On our consent agenda, items number 2, 4, and 5 will be added to our consent.
2, 4, and 5. All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's.
We have some additional ones. 28, 29, and 30 will be added to our consent agenda. Items number 32, 33, and 34 be considered as companion items, and item number 31 added to the consent.
I also have item 27 is added to consent as well. Is that correct?
Did you? I'm sorry. Let's see. Number 27.
27.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 31. All right. All right. So we're going to go to item number 20 to honor Commissioner Alvin Mason's. We haven't voted yet. We voted.
Pool number 5
So
from
you-
consent? Okay. The administrator takes responsibility for item number 5.
He takes responsibility for item number 5.
That it wasn't announced. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and it was consented, correct?
No, sir, it was pulled. It was pulled after being asked to be placed on consent, so,
So item 5 is being pulled.
yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, we can go item 20 first to honor Commissioner Mason's request, please.
Yes, sir. Item number 20 is a motion to move to full commission to receive an update from our interim general counsel on the matter of letter of support from the Augusta Commission maintaining the name of James Brown on the new arena and any legal means available to the city of Augusta relative to the naming in association with the collected sales tax money.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Mason, the floor is yours, sir, from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it. Mr. Mayor, this item was necessitated because a firestorm was brought to Augusta, Georgia, towards the end of May. And I addressed this about the following week, and I would say I brought a little fire myself. And Chief, I think you can agree that fire in the fire won't put a fire out. A fire in a fire will build an inferno. So, Mr. Mayor, today I'm gonna take a different approach. I've already requested from God himself to open the floodgates of heaven and let it rain. Because water is the only thing that's gonna take out that fire and that firestorm and that inferno. So what you see here today was the request that I made of solidarity. Now, I realize that this commission does not have the authority in and of itself to change the name or get changed back. That is the Coliseum Authority. They are a authority all of their own, made by the state, but this commission appoints the board members, with the exception of a state, I think it's the chairman from the state, one from the state. And what I want to say is this, before we go into this, because it won't be very long as far as this is concerned. My mission, or my assignment, let me put it that way, the assignment that I was chosen for was to bring the message. And I did that. And bring the truth. And I did that. Just the facts. And I did that. So my job is done, as far as that part goes. What happens from here on, I don't make that decision. But I find it unsettling that I'm not from Augusta, Georgia. I was born in Lansing, Michigan. I came to Augusta, Georgia in 1984 at Fort Gordon, AIT. But in late 1960s and the early 70s, there was a lot of unrest in the United States. And there was riots and everything in Detroit, 67, 68, LA, and everywhere else. One of the things that motivated me, and this is amazing how God works, it come full circle. James Brown had a song that, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. Because we were made to feel that we weren't proud. Being black wasn't anything to be proud of. But James Brown brought that song, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. I was about 7 years old then. I was saying, hey it loud, I'm black and I'm, and it helped me to even be where I am today. Now, I had no idea that all these years later, in 2025, that little boy from Lansing, Michigan, 7 years old, who James Brown touched, who said, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud, We know what's going on in the 60s. There's a lot going on. So I believe that's why I was chosen. I had an email when nobody called you to speak on this. God ain't never called me to do nothing, but he's always chosen me to do it. See, many are called, but few are chosen. So you're right, whoever that was sitting behind your computer. No, nobody called me. I've never been called for anything, but I've always been chosen. And when you're chosen, my grandmother used to say, when the Spirit of the Lord speaks to you, be quick to be obedient. Now, you may not know what the results are going to be, but that's what faith is all about. My mama used to say, one of her favorite sayings, God will give you what you need when you need it. So he gave me what I needed to fight that firestorm, and he's given me what I need today to open up the floodgates, to bring the rain, to put the fire out. That is my hope. So with this agenda item, I have no idea what the results are going to be. But Spirit spoke to me and said, mission accomplished. Well done, my good and faithful servant. Your heart is pure and your hands are clean. You'll be welcome into the gates of heaven. Now rest. So after this, I'm done. But here's what I want to say. My goal and my hope was to not bring a black eye and national attention to Augusta, Georgia. I've been contacted by national news agencies. Went on the Brad Means show last week. It was shown yesterday. You want me to come back Thursday, and then also the next Thursday. I'm not, because I've fought my fight. And if a boy from Lansing, Michigan, can come and defend Augusta, Georgia, more so than even those that live here and grew up here, that's a little unsettling to me. It's unsettling. Something about that don't feel right. Something about it don't feel right. So with that being said, Mr. Mayor, we can hear from the attorney on the two items, and then we'll take whatever action. And after that, I would ask for a point of personal privilege. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mason. Attorney Plunkett, you've drafted a letter. Is there anything additional you'd like to add?
If I may, I drafted a letter trying to come up with something that conveyed some of the sentiments that Commissioner Mason had said the last time, as well as what the majority of the board, without being, actually it was a unanimous vote, I think it was 10-0 at that time, without being overly, overly. And so I did speak to Mr. Johnson about this, and he is wanted to convey at this point, and he's more than happy to come forward if this body so directs that. But the issue of naming rights is something they were looking at from a fiduciary duty, but they have not elected not to honor James Brown at this point. But in my conversation with him, I thought I said to Cedric, I thought it'd be appropriate for him to come explain and answer any questions that may be asked about the naming rights. And that's why in here we address the issue of why is it potentially being considered? Is it a financial issue or whatever? And so I have no pride in authorship. I'm always happy to change this letter if you think so, but I thought it had probably the right sentiment. As to the issue of enforcing and not enforcing, I as an attorney, I don't like to telegraph any type of issues that may create other reasons for people to file suit. If I may defer that until after y'all hear from Mr. Johnson, if I could then advise y'all appropriately.
Okay, Ms. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Continue, Commissioner Mason.
So thank you for that information. From the legal aspect of it, it's about what I expected at this point. The letter itself, I personally don't see any reason to do anything else because, again, there's some members that already said really, I mean, it doesn't really mean anything. At the end of the day, if they really don't want to do anything. But I wanted to just know that this commission was standing in solidarity. And because a letter of support was requested to do these column seal authority bonds. And oh, by the way, Madam Clerk, I don't know, I've been a commissioner for 12 and a half years total. I never known we had to invite anybody because it's a public meeting. Anybody's always welcome. Am I wrong about that, Madam Clerk? Can I ask that to Madam Clerk? This is a public meeting, right?
Yes.
The fact that it's a public meeting that's put out on the public, that is an invite, isn't it?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
I mean, do we have to put a specific invite out for people to come?
No, sir. They can make a request.
Okay. Well, I mean, even, and I'm not even talking about speaking necessarily, but I mean, just coming in.
Attend?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. It's an open meeting.
You don't need no invite. So this is the disingenuousness that puts me in a frame of mind. Come on, people. So, Mr. Mayor, I mean, do we need to, because we had a unanimous, do we need to vote to accept this or what?
It would be permissible probably, or advise to our attorney that we vote to approve this letter so that it may be submitted to the Coliseum Authority. Attorney Plunkett.
I think it'd be appropriate for a motion to direct you to send a letter out.
Is anybody willing to make the motion other than me?
Is there a motion?
You want it read into the record?
Whatever it takes.
Madam Clerk,
If
please.
you read into the record, the letter itself.
I don't think that's necessary, but if you want to.
I was at Mr.
I don't need it read into the record.
Okay.
All right.
It is what it is.
Is there a motion to approve submitting this letter to the Coliseum Authority requesting their presence here in these chambers? There is a motion from Commissioner Don Clark. Is there a second? There's a second by Commissioner Francine Scott. Colleagues, we're voting.
Yeah.
That motion with Mr. Garrett and Mr. Guilfoyle out.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Let's move back to the addendum agenda.
Stop. I asked for a point of personal privilege.
Commissioner Mason, you still have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Just a minute. There's a message coming, and I've got to deliver it, but I got to make sure I'm hearing it right. I believe it. I receive it. I deliver it. I want to say to Augusta, Richmond County, that I came here in 1984, basically still a boy, but I became a man here in Augusta, Richmond County. Basic AIT, 1984. I retired 20 years, active duty, 2024. Right at Fort Gordon, where I started my career. I ended up being elected in 2007. And Fort Gordon place that I started, I ended up being a representative for Fort Gordon, elected representative. And I'm still that today. It's amazing. And it is Fort Gordon now, because you go to the gate, hey, Fort Gordon, it still have cyber, but it's Fort Gordon now. I was elected in 2007. I came in 2008 and did 2 terms. And I came back for 2 years of an unexpired term of a former commissioner for this seat. And then I've been now 2.5 on my own election. On Friday, I'm getting here. On Friday, I took my car to the dealer. I came home at about 10 o'clock. And I was tired, so I took a nap. And by the time I woke up, it was 9:25. I thought it was p.m. I was 9:25, I slept all day, and I'm getting ready to go to bed. But it was 9:25 a.m. on Sunday. Friday, 10, Sunday, 9. Later on that day, Sunday, I was with one of my best friends that's known me as long as I've been, as long as anybody else, for 35 years or so. And fortunately, God will put people in your place. And I can get fired up. But living at home by myself, the walls don't speak back to me. So I had to get somebody who can speak to me and understand who I am. Well, now I'm a commissioned officer. Competence is our watchword. Not cockiness, but competence is our watchword. We're professionals, and no one's more professional than I. And when I say I, we're talking about the NCO creed. No one's more professional. And then it goes on to say a number of different things. And so we wonder why, how I operate and why I operate. Because officers and others, they don't have to worry about time to do my job. They'll do theirs. I'll handle all the rest. And that's what we do as non-commissioned officers. When that Sunday, when I finally calmed down, and Spirit of the Lord spoke to me, Madam Clerk, and said, rest. R-E-S-T, rest. And I got tired immediately. And I went home Sunday and I rested. Monday, I was working me the whole time. And then today, it's funny how it works. It came in today, R-E-S, today. I'm like, now he's saying rest today? And then the rest of it came in. Resign today. Your job has been done. Your mission has been accomplished. Resign today. You've been faithful over a few things. That's why I gave you dominion over many. But resign today. So, Madam Clerk, effective immediately, I am resigning from this commission. And it's someone else's job to take it from here. I've done all that I can do. My mom said in the Bible says, when you've done all that you can do, then you stand. And you stand on the truth that you always stood for. So I'm standing. I've done all that I can do. Everybody knows I've had some health issues, and there's several ones up here, so I want to thank some people. First of all, Commissioner Francine Scott, Super District 9. I want to say thank you, and I've already told you, but I want to say it publicly. Commissioner Francine Scott voluntarily said that she would take my phone calls for District 4, and she has, and she's gone to the neighborhood associations meetings in District 4, because contrary to what I believe, I don't feel as good as I look. They're like, oh, you look good. But I don't feel so good. I look. But thank God. So I want to thank you, Commissioner Scott. She's also sent me food, oxtails and so forth, looking out for me, looking out for my mama. Stacy Pulliam as well, Commissioner Pulliam. DoorDash a few times, she'll checks, and I appreciate that. There's been times, and Commissioner Clark, I know what Wayne Guilfoyle knows it too, Mayor, that you see me here, but I didn't drive myself. They brought me because I didn't have the energy. When I was totally unresponsive on June 20th, which is coming up, at 11:58, and then I became responsive on 12:02, early, 12:02 a.m. on June 21st. One of the side effects is fatigue. And so men have testosterone, women have estrogen. For a man my age, testosterone would be the level at a base level, which would be horrible, was 275. Mine is 93. The doctor made a statement. I think he thought it was funny, but you got less testosterone than the dead man. So as a result of that, there's some shots and things that I'll take to try to keep it up. But this takes a lot of energy because I don't have to do a job. And I do bring fire, but I bring fire with love because of my love for Augusta, Georgia. So I thank you. I thank this commission. I thank all the commissioners up here. Young fellow Commissioner Johnson, I appreciate you. Take the mantle. Take the mantle. Handle that. Commissioner Clark, Commissioner Rice, Slendak, my brother Tony Lewis, Mr. Mayor. For all the staff, for all of the directors, to our administrator, clerk, interim, general counsel, deputy clerk, Madam Clerk Lena Bonner. Well, I love you. Took good care of my mama. Always made sure I might have had an extra plate for my lunch. Here, take this to your mother. At one point, for the first 4 or 5 years, Mama made more commission meetings than I did. She was here before I was. Right on the front seat, it was on the second floor, right in front of where I sat, just looking, smiling. And it took me a while to understand that that little boy from Lansing, Michigan, the 8th of her 9 children, you tell, I'm glad you didn't stop at 7. And he said, and towards the end, before she passed, last June 7th, she said, I'm glad I didn't stop at 7. So June has been a tough month for me. So I thank those that came. My mom passed transition on June 7th. We funeralized her on June 11th, and there were several commissioners that came. Thank you, Brother Tony Lewis, Wayne Guilfoyle, Francine Scott, the mayor, of course. We had a lot of staff that came, and I appreciate that. Chief of Staff, HR, I don't know if she's still here or not, but they came and they supported that. And so that was a year ago. June 7th was a year. June 11th was a year. June 20th coming up is a year. Totally unresponsive. The 21st is a year responsive. And then my birthday is June 22nd. So I got a birthday on the 21st and the 22nd. So guys, at rest. It's time. So I'm not even addressing any other agenda items because I'm getting ready to get up. I'm tired. I'm getting ready to head out. Madam Clerk, please submit whatever necessary paperwork it is to the governor's office requesting for me and to accept my resignation from Augusta Richmond County, and a thank you for his support for bringing me back for the 2 years or so that our district and this community was in turmoil, because he had to give me an appointment for that. Ms. Mayor, I appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
And to all the citizens of Augusta Richmond County, not just my district, but all the citizens of Augusta Richmond County, I hope that I've done something. But I know, as my grandmother say, let your work speak for you. And when your talk don't match your walk, and this is for whomever this is for, there's a lot of talk, but then does your walk match your talk? And so, and this is for people up here, when this happens and your walk does not match your talk, I'm going with your walk. Because your talk clearly can be deceiving. But when you walk, you're going to walk in there. So I'll leave you with this. God left me with 3 things he said to me. And that's what I've lived by before he even said it. Walk in your purpose. Talk in your purpose, or in my purpose, meaning his purpose. Walk in my purpose, talk in my purpose, execute in my purpose. So for those who may not like the way I execute it, that's fine. It's okay. I don't have a problem with that, because you don't have the authority that God has. And last but not least, for those that sent emails, we're your bosses. I ain't never had a boss in life. Ain't nobody ever been my boss. I've always had, and still have, a savior. Always have had a savior. And for the one that says you idolizing James Brown, you idolizing James Brown and as if he's God. God is not interested in idolatry, not even for himself. So no, I ain't idolizing nobody, but I stated the facts as they are. God's not interested in idolatry, and neither am I. And clearly that person don't know me, but I told him, thank you. God's interested in obedience and correction. And for those of us who God has chosen to bring the truth through history, have always been vilified, maimed, talked about, put on the cross, and even murdered. So I'm no different. I mean, if they do it to Jesus, they sure enough do it to me. But I'm not worried about who you say I am, because I am who I am from the great I am. And if that's a problem for you, I'm not going to try to fix that problem for you, because it's not a problem for me. So my prayers are for Augusta, Georgia to excel. I have grandbabies here, and you wonder why they're leaving. I don't want them to leave. I have a great grandbaby now, 2 years old, Milani. I don't want them to leave. So I'm very, very passionate about what I do. But that passion also takes a lot of energy. And if I can't operate, not at this standard, at my standard, which is his standard, which is the NCO Creed, it's not haphazard. I will start intensive physical therapy tomorrow at 0800. So that resign today, God knows what he's doing and when he's doing it. Be very present in the time of need. And since I need him all the time, he's always present. Mr. Mayor, I have done all that I can do. And songwriter said, I ain't doing no singing, not now, I don't have the strength. But I've had some good days, and I've had some hills to climb. I've had some weary days and some sleepless nights. But when I look around and I think it all over, all of my good days have outweighed these bad days, so I won't complain. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Mason. Commissioner Mason, before you head out, the city of Augusta can't thank you enough for what you've done and the years that you've committed to this great city. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for Commissioner Alvin Mason. Commissioner, we're certainly going to miss you. Madam Clerk, I guess we're in, for some of us, in uncharted water for some of us. I'm assuming you know what the protocol is based on Commissioner Mason's resignation, and you will handle it accordingly. Okay? Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioner Mason. All right, Madam Clerk. We have to continue. We have to continue, so let's move on. Let's move back to the addendum portion of our agenda. We have a lot of folks that are here, so we're going to go to item 1, please. To the addendum? Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Item number 1 is to discuss the deplorable conditions at the Bon Air as well as safety of residents living in and in the surrounding areas of the building.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice put this item on the agenda. Commissioner Rice, the floor is yours.
Okay, I might be here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for a minute with this one. So y'all bear with me. I put this on the agenda today because I have received numerous of calls, emails, text messages, not just within the past month, but this has been ongoing. And it's actually been ongoing since I got on this commission in 2021. And I worked hard, and so did former Commissioner John Clark with me. And even Congressman Allen has worked hard too. But we've got a major problem here at the Bon Air, and I'm gonna allow for residents. We've got a few residents here today that live nearby the Bon Air, and I'm going to allow them to speak, and then I'm going to speak and let you know my thoughts on this because it's not real good.
Thank you, Madam
Yes.
Commissioner Rice. Who here is going to represent the neighborhood surrounding the Bon Air? If you will, come forward, please. Good afternoon, ma'am. Well, I know who you are. If you will, for the record, please state your name and address.
Yes, thank you. My name is Kathy Dolan, and my husband Frank and I live at 808 Millage Road, which is directly behind the Bon Air. And I am a longtime resident of the neighborhood surrounding the Bon Air, and I'm here because I can no longer stay silent.
Thank you, ma'am. You got a few minutes, okay?
Gunfire in this area is now a weekly occurrence. The volume of 911 calls is alarming. A recent responding officer came to my door and told me directly not to go outside after dark for my own safety. Several other officers suggest I never go in my backyard without a gun. Think about that. A resident of this city being warned to stay indoors after sunset or arm themselves in their own yard. It's not only disturbing, it's unacceptable. I've also spoken with several longtime residents of the Bonaire that frequently walk by our property. What they're living with is heartbreaking. They report that their stoves and toilets no longer work. They described armed individuals running down the hallways at night. But perhaps the most troubling is they are too afraid to call 911, fearing retaliation. These are our neighbors, and they are living in fear without even the most basic necessities. Outside the building, the situation is just as dire. The area around Cumming Road is deteriorating rapidly. Trash, illegal dumping, debris is everywhere. I currently have a brand new table sitting on my curb that does not belong to me or any of the residents on our property. Despite repeated calls to Augusta 311, the problem continues to grow. If this neglect occurred in front of my home, we would be cited and fined. So why is it allowed there? And that brings me to you as a commission. You as a body are our last resort. Individual commissioners have tried, code enforcement has tried, the sheriff's office has tried. Even a U.S. House representative has tried. But you collectively are the only entity with the power to decide whether that business continues to run in that location. The Bonaire is not just a failing property, it is a serious public safety hazard, a nuisance, and a blight to our community. Our city and our citizens deserve better than this. I urge you to take immediate and meaningful action to ensure our safety, enforce standards, and hold this property owners accountable. Enough is enough. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Rice.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kathy Dolan. I appreciate that. I'm going to read, if my colleagues and everyone in the audience does not mind me reading a letter. This is from a resident that is on Millage Road, and she is unfortunately, she's not able to be here, but I feel like that I should respect her and the citizens and residents that live around, and I'm going to read most of it. Commissioner Rice, we live at 728 Millage Road, which is just up the hill from the Bonaire. Over the years, we have seen many of their tenants. The majority of the people we see are not elderly. Many are disruptive, yelling and cursing, even threatening as they walk or drive speed on Cumming Road. They have trespassed countless times on my property, have ransacked our cars, and we are frequently panhandled in our own driveway. My son often wanted to play basketball in our carport as a way to unwind after finishing his homework. I had to set limits on when he could do this for fear of his safety. My husband likes to walk after dinner to unwind, but now avoids walking down Cumming Road. The above situation is unpleasant at best. However, the escalating violence occurring at that property is unacceptable. It is not uncommon now to hear gunshots coming from the Bonaire, and the news of people injured or worse have grown. We took on the stewardship of a historic property as a commitment to our community and as a way to honor Augusta. We love our adopted town and want to be a part of life here. However, we have a right to feel safe in our own home and yard. When law enforcement is telling us we should not go out onto our own property, it is a significant problem that needs to be addressed. I look forward to hearing what the commission will do to increase the safety of the tenants at the Bon Air as well as us neighbors. And I'm not going to reveal the name, but that's just one letter. I have received calls from a physical therapist 2 weeks ago saying that she was concerned about her patients that live there. No air condition, none, broken, tried to get it fixed, nobody fixes it. You know, the owners, that's the physical therapist. I received a call on Sunday on my way back into town from a gentleman who lives there, an elderly man who was begging me. He said, "You've been on that dais, and I've heard you say, you know, you want your get the signs up and grocery carts." He said, "But I need you and the commissioner's help. I don't want to leave my apartment at the Bon Air because I'm scared I'm going to get shot." I don't take lightly to that, and I'm going to say he is a constituent of mine, along with many of you out here. And when my constituents aren't happy, I'm not happy. I am beyond fed up with what is going on at the Bon Air. I feel, just like Mrs. Dolan said, for the people that do live there that cannot walk out of their apartment, much less go to get in a vehicle or take an Uber because they are scared. Enough is enough. And I'm going to say this, since I've been on this dais, since 2021, I have tried my best to work with Redwood. They do not return calls. The regional manager, or whoever she is, no longer works there. Every time I call, there's somebody different. They do not care. I'm going to just say it straight up. Redwood, they are not going to do anything. It is going to be up to us to do something, and I'm going to say it today, and I'm not going to make a motion, but I am proposing that Redwood, that they have their business license be placed on probation for a period of 6 months, followed by harsher sanctions if immediate substantial improvements are not made during this time. Something has got to give. I left a wedding a few weeks ago, and my husband and I were called from somebody at the sheriff's department, and we rode through there. There were ambulances out front loading someone on because of gunshots, numerous of deputy cars out there. This is not only once, and I get what Mrs. Dolan and Mrs. Smith and Mrs. Knox and many of you who are having to live around this. I don't live right next door or around, but I hear about it. And it's happened in other places too. It's not just the Bon Air, but we've got to do something, because if we don't, it's going to get worse and worse. Children go to school down the street at Richmond Academy. I worry about the students coming back and forth from school. I worry about a good friend of mine actually a family member of mine lived across the street on Cumming Road, the back parking lot. They moved, they left because of fear about their two children and what they were seeing and witnessing. And that was a couple of years ago. But what I just said is that Redwood needs to have their license not suspended, let's be fair, probation, because they have ignored Congressman Allen, they have ignored the city, they sugarcoat, they fix everything up for about a month or two, and you ride by and you're like, oh, they're making progress. No, that's bells and whistles, people. It's bells and whistles. They haven't done, the improvements go in there. I hope the elevator is working today, because it wasn't when a sheriff deputy went in there and had to go up the steps. So I'm gonna let code enforcement come up and speak, and let's see what we can do, because I'm not gonna give up on this until we do something drastic.
Yes, she does.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Interim Director Vassar, thank you so much for coming up, sir. Can you address this governing body and these constituents regarding the Bon Air?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. As far as complaints that we're hearing today, we are not aware. We did check in to see how many cases we have with Bonaire. We only currently have one case on file, and that's been probably like the last 4 or 5 months. We actually went out there maybe a year ago and did a sweep on Bonaire. And I was actually, tell you the truth, they only had 30, we visited 30 units, and we found 2 cases out of the whole property. As far as the constituent who's saying anything about Bonaire outside of the safety part of it, we handle the construction part of that and the property maintenance of that property. We are not aware of anything outside of that, but we will address any issue that you may have. I have no problem with my team going out there to check out any issues that you may have as far as the property concern and construction part of it. But we haven't received any complaints from any tenants.
Thank you, Interim Director Vassar. I have a note from June 9th from the Sheriff's Department critical incident report where gunshot wound 4 down, 2101 Walton Wade Bonaire Apartments. 4 gunshots, just less than 2 weeks ago. I know that's not your area. That's something that we would have to address with the Sheriff's Office, but I too have received numerous complaints regarding gunshots, regarding all sorts of illicit behavior, just a number of things. So it is a concern, should be a concern not only for the city, but especially for the folks that live around there. So perhaps, we could do a little bit more aggressive enforcement. We could reach out to our partners at the Sheriff's Office to see what can be done. But in any event, we're going to continue to go through the queue. Just stand right there. We have some folks that are in the queue. But before I go to them, I want to go to our attorney. Attorney Plunkett, what tools are in our toolbox as a city to perhaps give us the opportunity to take upon the request that Commissioner Rice has asked, potentially putting some sort of probationary status on a business license or some sort of warning? What do we have available?
Mr. Mayor, I think there's a couple of different ways I would address that. The first is I think there's a notice requirement before they're put on probation. So we would have to do that. As far as other tools, we certainly can try to bring a blight case against there. There's some nuisance abatement kind of issues. There's potentially, from what's been described, I don't know, I'm not disputing the speakers, but a factual issue, whether or not there's any type of criminal action to be done. What I would like to do is, if you'd indulge me till the next meeting, I can work with the law department and lawyers, because we'll reach out to the Sheriff's Department as well to see what, as a global options that y'all may have. I wasn't familiar with this today, so I apologize to not be completely prepared on that, but I think there's some things that we could certainly recommend next week.
Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. And this owner actually owns 2 properties, one at Bonaire, the second at Richmond Summit, that happen to be 2 of our worst properties in the entire city. So I see Commissioner Johnson in the queue, and Commissioner Rice, with your permission, I'd like to move to Commissioner Johnson and have you come back.
Absolutely, that'd be perfect.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with a lot of what's been said. I know Commissioner Rice may remember when I walked her through the Bonaire with my gun on my hip about a year or 2 ago. So the interesting part about how the district is split is that the Bonaire is District 3, but across the street is District 1. Then you pick back up across Milligan is District 1 again. Then on the right is District 1. So we share this concern. Mr. Mayor, you hit it on the head about Redwood, because when I got on the commission in 21 or 22, we took the fight to Redwood. And while I will say that the Richmond Summit is, I won't say it's one of the worst, because we got Redwood down here. We sat them down, we talked to them, and we held them accountable. And as of right now, there's a renovation going on at the Richmond Summit, and they've tried their best to work. I mean, they fixed the laundry room and so many other issues there, but the need for on-site security at the Richmond Summit still exists. There was a 13-year-old shot outside of the Richmond Summit coming downstairs to get a DoorDash order, and he was shot and killed because, number one, the alleyway wasn't lit, but number two, there's nobody there to keep folks from being able to go in and out of these facilities. When Redwood sat here and told us that their facilities were secured, I challenged them on the floor and I said, your facilities are not secured. They challenged me again. So the night of, I went there with my gun on my hip and I FaceTimed the owner inside his building with my gun on my hip, right? Same thing with the Bon Air. Walked right into the side door, gun on my hip. We walked through every floor, went to every office, and they had no idea that we were in the building with, and I'm admitting to trespassing, I guess, or whatever. What, statute of limitation? But the point I'm making is we need to get Redwood to this commission. We need to get them in front of us so that we can have a conversation with them about the conditions that they're leaving these properties and the adverse effect that it's having on the communities that these properties are located in. I think that's step number one. So we need to, get Redwood to Augusta. I don't know if Nick is still the president or the CEO, but he needs to be here. If he's not, that's a problem too.
He's no longer.
Okay, well, whoever their leader, I don't want a regional manager. I want the president or CEO from Redwood Housing to appear before the Augusta Commission. And then secondly, I spoke to Director Vassar a few weeks ago and told him we need to get back to the Richmond Summit, to the Bon Air, to do a code enforcement walkthrough. I will say that when we went to the Maxwell House about a month ago, it was very successful. We walked through to every floor. We went to multiple units, and Bradley and Mr. Vassar and everyone else was very diligent, and it was probably one of the worst things I had ever seen going into one of these facilities. But those issues are being worked through. So what I hope that we can do from today, and it's really not a hope, I think we're going to make this to some type of form of a motion, but we need to have an immediate code enforcement walkthrough of the Bon Air immediately. And then we need to get the owner of Redwood Housing to Augusta immediately to answer to this Augusta Commission about what their plans are. And then lastly, I'll say this, and I'll yield the floor again, is that a few weeks ago, I said it from this microphone again, that we have an issue with slumlords in our community. We led a bus tour last year through Harrisburg and other areas to show what slumlords are doing, and we still have that problem today. We're saying we have a blight ordinance and chronic nuisance abilities, but we're not using them or enforcing them. Slumlords are taking over some of the most decent neighborhoods in the city, and we're going to keep having issues like this unless we tighten up our ordinances or craft another ordinance. I don't care if that slumlord is facing hard times. If you are a slumlord in Augusta, Richmond County, you should be afraid at this moment. That's the standard that this commission should lead.
Yes.
Period. If you are a slumlord, you should be on red notice. So I'm going to pass the floor back to Commissioner Commissioner Rice, because a motion should be made. But I want this commission to really focus in on what we can do with slumlords. And as a matter of fact, I'll just put it on the next committee cycle. Okay?
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Rice, you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner Johnson. You have been very patient, as well as I have with Redwood. We've done what we can, but we have exhausted all possible pathways and conversations to rectify the continuing of issues at the Bon Air. And we need to take some kind of legal tactic to enforce change or do something, because otherwise this is going to continue. Redwood will do what they normally do. They will come to Augusta, they'll talk and say they're going to do this and that, but then a month later is back to same old what's going on. I won't even say what I want to say. Same old thing. And safety is top priority. And residents living there and around there do not feel safe. They don't. And Redwood is not here to hear what goes on a day-to-day. They only hear what they want to hear, and they've been doing that now for the past 5 years. I think that, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if you've ever reached out to Redwood or if they've even contacted you. I don't even know if they've called you back.
I have met with Redwood on numerous occasions. Actually, we reached out to him to see if there's an opportunity for them to sell the property. And he told me directly in my face that he will never sell the property if it's not used for housing those that are in need of housing. So the property is not and probably will not be for sale. However, I believe we have a strong sense of responsibility to make sure that he's keeping it safe, he's keeping it clean, and that he's keeping it certainly in a condition for those who need to have a place to live, so that it is not a slum property. So I am in 100% support of you, Commissioner Rice, Commissioner Johnson. Attorney Plunkett has given us the direction that he's going to reach out to see how he could and what tools we have in our toolbox. So, Madam Commissioner, is there a motion you want to entertain, or do we want to wait for Attorney Plunkett to come back and let us know what we have available to try to create some corrective actions for not only Bonaire but also Richmond Summit?
I mean, what I said earlier, that I would propose that Redwood, have their business license placed on probation. If I wait for Attorney Plunkett, can you get something to me by next week? Or let me know something, because I would like to put a motion, and, I don't know if we can vote it up or down, but we've got to stand our ground. We've got to hold them accountable, because if we don't, people, we are facing some serious problems, some serious problems. Not just there, but other places. We got to start somewhere.
I don't think there's any problem with getting you some information by next week. And whether or not what to do about their business license. And I've made a number of notes as we've been chatting about other things to consider. As you may know, one of my law partners does extensive landlord-tenant issues, so we'll be looking at those issues, safety issues, and some other things. So I'll give you a fairly extensive report by the next committee meeting, by the next commission meeting.
About, yes, letting me know about probation, 6 months, whatever harsh. How harsh, so that we can wake Redwood up.
It'll be comprehensive.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, and I'll go ahead and we won't put a motion on the floor.
And that meeting will be June 26th.
Next Thursday.
Next Thursday,
Correct.
June 26th. It's a change due to the Georgia Municipal Association Conference. Commissioner Johnson.
Yes, sir. I like the compromise, but I do want to make a motion. I would like to make a motion that we host a code enforcement walkthrough immediately. Invite Redwood to appear before the commission immediately, and for general counsel to bring back recommendations on what actions this body can take on behalf of the health and safety of the property at the Bonaire.
Commissioner Johnson, you put that in the form of a motion?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
I would request that you also ask the Sheriff's Department to be a part of that, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. All agencies that deem necessary.
Okay, that's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
There's a second by Commissioner Rice.
Yes, we'll go ahead and
Madam Clerk, let's vote.
let's make sure we can get them here. I'll go with you.
With Mr. Garrett, Mr. Guilfoyle.
All right. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. June 26th, ladies and gentlemen that are here regarding that, we'll see what Attorney Plunkett, what recommendations he has until we get Redwood to town. All right? Let's continue the addendum agenda, Madam Clerk. Let's go to item number 3.
Item number 3 is a motion to approve to authorize the hiring of Tyson Flowers as the junior surveyor with the Engineering and Environmental Services Department with a salary of $54,550.
All right, thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Dr. Malik and Madam Administrator, is there anything you need to add to this, or can I entertain a motion for approval? Is there a motion, or does any, we need, Dr. Malik, you need to come up and explain the reason why this is on the addendum agenda? And, all right.
Yeah, good afternoon. So this is one of our critical positions, surveys, the basic need we have for anything we do to ensure that we are in the right of way. Also, they help us, title search, do some survey, property lines, all the things. And in fact, we help other departments too. Right now, we're working on some of the flood elevations. So we're refilling this position. Actually, the salary this body approved for the retention and hiring of engineering and Augusta utilities. So we're asking, and actually it's a little bit less than the previous person who was at this position. So request is to approve this.
Thank you so much. There's been a motion by Commissioner Johnson, seconded by Commissioner Pulliam. Rice, by Commissioner Rice. Commissioner Clark, you in the queue, sir?
Yeah, Madam Administrator, can you clarify for me? I know we made mention last commission about a recommendation of freezing positions in the engineering department. What does this do, not do with that, and how is this funded?
This would act in accordance to what Dr. Malik is stating, that is necessary to continue to do some of the things until we get to that point of identifying the positions that needed to be, frozen. This is something that will help get the projects moving on some of the surveying that is necessary. The original salary that was looked at as well as this salary is above the 15% minimum. So this is something that I can approve as the administrator. Therefore, that's why we had to bring it to the governing body for approval. But we also had to bring it to you with the salary range that would not cause any respective disparities with the current junior surveyor.
Okay, can I ask Dr. Malik a question real quick?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Malik, so how many junior surveyors do you have currently right now on staff?
I got one.
Just one?
Yes, sir.
And that's
The
this,
second one, yeah.
so this is the second, so this will
So
be,
we have two, yeah, so we have a survey chief led by the licensed surveyor. So we do surveyor in-house and then certified everything. So that's a real cost saving
right.
for us.
So are we looking to, I mean, I know we only have one on here, but are you looking to come back and ask for the other surveyor as well?
We have already, that's the
Okay.
field position.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second. Motion was made by Commissioner Johnson, second by Commissioner Rice. We're prepared to vote.
That motion carries 7-1, with Ms. Pulliam voting no.
She'd like to correct her vote, Madam Clerk. I think it's been published, though.
Well, we have to reconsider it. What?
That was the wrong vote, Ms. Bonner. I literally thought I was pressing yes. I'm so sorry.
With Mr. Garrett, Mr. Guilfoyle out, and the attorney, the parliamentarian, are you want to address this?
We could have a vote to reconsider and then vote again, but I think it passed as it is.
Yes.
Can
So
we
just,
Would you like for reconsideration, Commissioner Pulliam? Commissioner Pulliam is requesting reconsideration.
so there's a motion, we'd have to vote on that and then vote again on the hiring.
I need a motion for reconsideration.
Okay. Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Lewis, second by Commissioner Clark.
Okay.
We're ready to vote on reconsideration, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Lewis and Mr. Clark
Mr. Lewis
for
and
the
Mr. Clark,
reconsideration.
For the reconsideration.
Reconsideration for item number 3, okay. That motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There's a motion approved by Commissioner Johnson. Where's the second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Stacy Pulliam. Madam Clerk, you're voting again.
Motion to approve. That motion carries with those in attendance.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Let's move on to item number 5. Commissioner Pulliam asked that this item be pulled, but he has since had his question answered. By Commissioner Clark, I'm sorry. So there's a motion by Commissioner Johnson, second by Commissioner Tony Lewis. Let's vote, Madam Clerk.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move on through the regular agenda. We're going top to bottom. I think that takes us to item number 3.
Item number 3 is a request for concurrence with the Planning Commission to approve a petition by SOAR Academy on behalf of the Hale Foundation requesting a special exception of the comprehensive zoning ordinance to establish a private school affecting property located at 3042 Eagle Drive.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Scott, did you request this be pulled?
Yes, sir. I have a couple of questions I need to ask.
You got it.
Number one, how does this work in terms of do we get permission from the school board to use state property? I think part of the property is the school board, and if so, is it the planning to get that permission or the petitioner? That's my number one question.
Okay, well, it's not the property of the school board, correct? Yeah, I'm gonna give one of my zoning administrator expert to talk about that.
Okay.
Brian Kepner, zoning administrator. The plan was for the applicants to try and obtain access to the school district's property for a second entrance. That would be a civil matter. That would be between them and the school board.
Okay, and I believe another issue had come up. Someone called me about a fence or something supposed to be surrounding.
Yes. One of the conditions of approval.
What, could you go through the conditions for us?
One of the conditions of approval is a minimum 6-foot fence must be installed around the enclosure of the property along with gated entrances.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I'll come back, I think, Mr. Commissioner Dunn.
Commissioner Clark, you're in the queue, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Scott, for queuing that up. Mr. Kempner, clarified, so the recommendation that's listed about the fence, that came from the Planning Commission, correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
Was that a recommendation from the staff?
Yes, as well, yes.
So the staff recommended this? Okay, I was tracking that the Planning Commission recommended this.
Well,
can you acknowledge that answer just for the record? You shook your head, but I need you to acknowledge that.
Yes. Planning staff makes recommendations to the Planning Commission. They have the option as to accept them or to delete them, and they kept that condition in as well.
Okay, so I think I remember it a little differently when I was in attendance. I know it came from one of the Planning Commission members, absent the staff's direct recommendation of including this.
No, I'm sorry, you're absolutely correct. That was Planning Commission.
Okay,
Because
I thought so.
it's not on the initial recommendations. I apologize.
No worries at all. That's why we cover each other, Mr. Kempner. I appreciate you for sure with your due diligence. So I'd like to move this forward with an exception being added to this, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move this forward for approval with the removal of the 6-foot fence requirement being installed around the enclosure.
All right, Commissioner Fifth
I'll second it.
has requested that we approve this with the removal of the 6-foot fence, Madam Clerk.
That was Mr. Clark. Was that Ms.
And that was
Scott?
that's
Who
Commissioner
seconded?
Rice.
Ms.
Commissioner Rice.
Second.
We got a few more colleagues in the queue. We're going to go back to, well, Commissioner Scott's not ready yet. Commissioner Johnson from the first.
Thank you, sir. The questions to the department, did the community weigh in on this at all?
There were community members there, and they were for the school.
Okay, good. And can you share what the purpose of the 6-foot gate or 6-foot fence was?
I think it's to just shield the residences from the school itself. But there's a large existing vegetated buffer along the property lines currently.
Okay. All right.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, Commissioner Johnson, I appreciate you even bringing that up, sir. I think we all are in the understanding that whenever there's development that's going to be located in our subdivisions or surrounding, that we conduct these community meetings. We held one with with some of the residents of Green Meadow. They were overwhelmingly in support of this. Of course, they still have remnants of hell no signs in their yards, and they're gladly going to replace those with what was that? We're ready to soar signs in their yard. So that gives you indication of how much they're embracing the excitement of this school being located in the neighborhood and the benefit that it'll bring to the children that will attend the school. So thank you, Commissioner Johnson, for bringing that up, because that is something that we're committing to ensure we do for our residents.
We're ready to soar. Commissioner Scott, you good? All right, Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second. We're ready to vote on this with the condition that the fence be removed from this
Requirement.
requirement. All right, let's vote.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move on to item 5. The administrator asked that that item be pulled.
Item number 5 is a motion to approve the recommendation of award to Reeves Construction Company in the amount of $5 million. You asked for this? Okay.
Oh, that was addendum 5. So, all right, I'm sorry. That was addendum 5. So 5, let's move on to item number 11 then. My apologies.
Okay. Item number 11, a motion to approve alcohol license 2528, new location, retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with Shortstop located at 1714 15th Street.
Madam Clerk, I don't know. I think we may have lost our objectors. I think our objectors any longer here. I think they're gone. So I'm going to ask for approval on this.
Well, can we do two? They were the same objectives for 12 and 13.
11, 12, and 13. So we're going to give.
Ask again, Mr. Mayor, if there are any objections
Are
to.
there any objections to items number 11,
Alcohol
12?
petition.
Alcohol objections to the petitions on 11, 12, or 13? Are objectors still in this audience or outside?
No objection, but just a question.
All right, Commissioner Johnson.
Is this across from Josie High School or?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I do have your safety
I
conditions
got
signed
you.
and notarized.
I love it. That means we're doing something right up here. The only question that I have is that with this being across the street from a high school, how would this play into kind of what we dealt with the Augusta Tech situation, Millamont situation a few years ago?
Well, this one's actually an existing location. It's just new ownership, so it's grandfathered in from the last one. So it's nothing new to where it would have not been allowed because it was so close to a school.
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, I remember this when I used to walk from Dogwood Terrace to here. I mean, if it meets the qualifications and they sign the agreement, then okay, cool. I just want to make sure that because it's across from a high school, we're not getting ourselves in any situations here.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve, please? There's a motion. Second by Commissioner Rice. Madam Clerk,
That include 11 and 12
Commissioner
as
Johnson,
companion items?
Can we make these companion items without objection?
Okay,
Without
so
objection,
that would be
11,
voting
12,
on 11
13.
and 12. Yes, thank you.
All right. I have a motion and I have a second. Making these companion items. 11,
Yes,
12,
sir.
and 13. Madam Clerk, we're ready to vote.
Ms. Rice, you're trying to? It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move on to item 18.
Item 18. Item 18 is a motion to approve meeting with the Administrator, Interim Finance Director, General Counsel, and Dr. Akers' team regarding the unsolicited proposal for the proposed development of a pickleball and tennis complex with an associate hotel.
Thank you. Madam Administrator.
Yes, sir. The reason that I pulled this item after conferring with our procurement director, interim procurement director, I was informed that we do have to actually dispose of this matter prior to having any meetings, since it was already clarified through the previous discussion that the funding that was looked at was already allocated to a project as part of our previous SPLOST for our Parks and Recreation Department. Therefore, in order for us to proceed with the meeting and not causing any problems in the process and making sure that we've done our due diligence, we have to actually dispose of this item so that the meeting that we are looking at that we have proposed to you is not going to be a conflict.
Therefore, I would ask that this does not stop the process. However, it does close out this item. And I have the interim procurement director here that could address that if there are any concerns.
All right. Interim Director, Darrell White, is there anything you want to add for clarification?
Reject. That was on the agenda last time. Yeah, to reject the unsolicited.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, I agree wholeheartedly with what the administrator has stated. It's still active procurement, so we need to either vote, accept our recommendation, or you can move forward in a different route. But caution you, if you move forward and you want to have a meeting, the next step, the next phase in the process, we have to put it up to RFP process. So you will give the illusion that you're colluding with a potential respondent in the process. So you don't want to do that. If somebody wants to submit a competing offer, I agree with her. You can accept that recommendation. That doesn't stop it, and we can have that meeting that you directed her to have.
All right. Attorney Plunkett, do we have the ability to take upon the motion that was presented at last commission and then have someone to stipulate that we then direct the administrator procurement to move forward with a conversation with Dr. Eggers?
I think for clarity for the record, it would be best to have a motion to reject that and then have a separate motion to direct the, just so the two are separate, and I think it'll follow the minutes will follow better.
Just to reject that proposal.
All right, Commissioner Johnson.
Just a quick question. So this was an unsolicited proposal from Dr. Akers. We're voting to reject the unsolicited proposal, but then we're still going to meet with them to determine how to move forward with the project outside of the proposal window?
Yes, sir.
Is that permissible? How does that?
I mean, if you reject the proposal, it's dead. And then if the commission still wants to entertain this idea, they can. It'll just be outside of the solicited proposal.
What's the point of voting against the proposal then, if we still want to entertain it? Are there specific parameters we're trying to work on?
The way the proposal was structured, we as a evaluation committee couldn't go along with it, and this commission, same thing, because one of the tenets of the proposal was to reallocate SPLOST money for a project that is already aligned, so we couldn't do that.
Okay, so basically the meeting is going to be to kind of determine different terms to bring back to the commission for
hopefully we can come up with some options or some ways to possibly fund this.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Commissioner Don Clark.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, with the recommendations coming from the administrator and legal, along with the interim procurement director, I'd like to make the motion to reject the proposal and direct our legal team, administrator, and whoever you all seem deemed fitting to be a part of that to resume the conversations for alternatives.
Commissioner Clark, I think there needs to be separate motions to do it. So the first motion would be to reject, then you had to entertain a new motion to engage.
All right, I was trying to put it all together.
So, our counsel has advised that the more proper way is to reject first and then entertain a separate motion.
All right, so I make the motion to go ahead and reject the initial proposal.
All right. I heard a second by Commissioner Francine Scott chimed in first. Madam Clerk, we're voting on to reject the initial proposal, the unsolicited proposal.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Clark.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I like the second portion of that. I'd like to direct our general counsel and interim general counsel, the administrator, and whoever they seem deemed fit to be a part of the discussion with Dr. Aker to determine if there's alternative options to move forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Is there a second to that? Second. There's a second by Commissioner Tina Slindak. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move on to the next item. I think it takes us item number 19. No, it does not take us to 19. It takes us, we got to get on down the list here.
Yeah, 25. No, yeah, we're on
That takes
the,
us to these companion items. Somebody, 32 and 30, 32 and 33. 32 and 33. Made them those
32,
companion items.
Okay. Item 33 is to inform the commission about a new partnership between Augusta Fire Department and Augusta Technical College to launch the Fire and Emergency Services Occupation Associate of Applied Science degree program. 33, to inform the governing body about the implementation of the After the Fire booklet program.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Chief Burton.
All right.
Yeah, yeah, we need to address it.
You're right, Chief. Got music too.
So good afternoon, Mayor Justin and governing body. I wanted to first begin this presentation by giving you a little snippet of our training program. So as you can see, our program is comprehensive. So I want to bring this item to you today. As some of you may recall, about 3 years ago, our revamped training program began a new path for us. Our recruit and our program became the highest trained fire recruit program in the history of our department. Well, today, we take that a step further. So we're proud to announce a groundbreaking partnership with Augusta Technical College to launch the Fire and Emergency Service Occupation Associates of Applied Science degree. The collaboration represents a major investment in the future of public safety in Augusta, preparing the next generation of first responders with the essential skills, certifications, and knowledge needed to serve our community. You see, we're not just preparing students, we're building a pipeline of highly skilled, highly trained first responders. Beginning this fall, our training academy recruits will be enrolled in a comprehensive 5-term, 64 credit hour program at Augusta Tech. The curriculum is designed to combine rigorous academic instruction with hands-on field training and vital clinical experience, ensuring graduates are fully prepared for the demands of emergency services. And so our recruits beginning this fall will receive 49 credit hours towards the 64 credit program after completion of our training academy, meaning they will only need at the completion of that program 4 additional classes to earn their Associates of Applied Science degree. This provides unprecedented, accelerated pathway to higher education and advanced qualifications. It also offers workforce development. Direct Career Path program creates a clear and accessible career path for local students interested in joining the fire service and making a difference in their community. This program also strengthens recruitment and retention, sets a very high standard for our graduates, and bridge building. By combining our field expertise with Augusta Tech's outstanding academic resources, we're creating a direct pathway for individuals who are ready to answer the call and serve with excellence. By partnering with Augusta Tech, we're combining education and service, two pillars of a stronger, safer community. I want to extend a sincere gratitude to Dr. Melissa Frank Austin and Dr. Hooper of Augusta Tech, as well as our training division, Chief Beasley, Chief Wolf, and Attorney McLean, who all were instrumental in working towards this collaboration and making this vital program a reality. Their commitment to this partnership is invaluable. And finally, I'd like to share that this is more than just a degree. It's a path to purpose, impact, and lifelong service. We encourage anyone in our community who feels called to serve their community through fire and emergency services to take a serious look at Augusta Fire and this groundbreaking program. And finally, I'd be remiss if I did not speak to those students who are not quite of age to enter our program. We do have an Explorer program for ages 14 to 18, where we introduce those students into the fire service.
Chief, thank you so much for that presentation and the great work, great partnership. Commissioner Clark?
Chief, I appreciate you greatly for that, sir. I've told you numerous times, and I share it with you openly and the men and women that serve in our Augusta Fire Department. Thank you all for your service. Thank you for what you continue to do for our community. You spoke on something that I wanted to bring up about a pathway partner. The Fort Gordon Youth Challenge Academy, I think, will be another amazing recipient of this particular pathway. They have an abundance of youth that go through that program that come from throughout the state that I think would benefit from this specifically. I'll provide you the point of contact for the director. I've spoken with her before previously about this. They're definitely interested in establishing levels of partnership, but more importantly, collaboration to benefit our youth that go through that program.
Thank you, Commissioner. I look forward to making that connection. I think the impact of this program will be felt for years to come. It is a game changer for the fire service. Not many departments have a program such as this.
Right.
So we're definitely looking forward to kicking this off this fall.
I appreciate you again. My father was a fireman at one point in time in his life when he was living, and I was younger, and I remember the days of him bringing the truck in the neighborhood and all that good stuff. So again, just can't say enough about all of you all and what you do.
Thank you, sir.
And please keep Chief Beasley in line over there, Chief. I know it's a hard task, but.
Hey, thank you, Commissioner Clark. Chair recognizes Commissioner Francine Scott.
Mayor Johnson, I'll just wait until he's talk about the fire booklet, and then I'll make my comments, please.
Okay.
It's fine. So once again, governing body, I stand before you today to discuss a profoundly important initiative for our Fire Services Department, the After the Fire Booklet Program. This program isn't just about information, it's about extending a hand of compassion and practical support to our residents during one of their most vulnerable moments. Very often, families experience residential fires. While our brave firefighters heroically combat the flames and save lives, the aftermath for victims is often harrowing and disorienting journey. Losing a home, cherished possessions, and a sense of security is deeply painful, even if no one is physically hurt. In those moments, chaotic hours and days, fire victims are overwhelmed and frequently unsure of the crucial next steps, from securing their property to understanding insurance claims or simply finding a place to sleep. This is where the critical gap in support currently exists. Our solution, the After the Fire booklet. This is a concise, user-friendly guide designed to be distributed by our fire personnel on scene immediately following a residential fire incident. It will be a comprehensive resource offering practical, actionable information, alleviating some of the immense burden on fire victims. Items include immediate safety information, contact information for essential services, insurance claim guidance, property security and cleanup, frequently asked questions, and local resources. As your fire chief, I want to share the core message that our firefighters will convey when they hand this booklet to someone who has just lost everything. Experience of fire can be traumatic. Even if no one is physically hurt, losing your home or possessions is deeply painful. Please know that Augusta Fire Department stands with you during this difficult time. You are not alone. Our department is here to guide you through the recovery process, offering information, resources, and assistance wherever possible. This booklet was created to answer your questions and to help you take the next steps, whether it's securing your property, finding temporary shelter, or understanding the fire investigation process. Remember, safety is the first priority. If you saw something before or during the fire, or have questions about what happens next, we encourage you to reach out to our fire marshal's office. Recovering from fire isn't easy, and it doesn't happen overnight, but we'll take it one step at a time together. On behalf of the entire Augusta Fire Department, we are committed to helping you rebuild safely and move forward with hope. Commissioners and governing body, the After the Fire booklet program is more than just a document. It's a testament to our community's commitment to caring for its own. We believe this initiative would be a crucial step in enhancing our community's ability to recover and thrive after a disaster. Thank you so much for allowing me to present to you this afternoon.
Yes, sir. Thank you again, Chief Burden. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Thank you, Chief. Good information. I think I feel a little bit better since the news of our colleagues resigning, but to see that we're still moving forward. So thank you for the information. And Ms. Bonner, do we just receive this as information? Ms. Mayor, without objection.
Yeah, are there any objections to receiving this as information? Hearing or seeing none, Madam Clerk, it's received. Chief Burden, thank you so much. Thank you for the information today. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, I'll admit it, 2 items. We got to go back a little bit. We got to go back to item, I think, 24 and 25.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry,
25 and 26. Yes,
25
sir.
and 26. Item 25.
Item 25, approve sole source for Excellent Analytics.
Ms. Alim, Analytics. Is there a motion to approve? Anybody have any?
Motion to approve.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second? Second. There's a second by Commissioner Tina Slindak. We're voting, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Ms. Puglia, are you trying? Okay. It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Number 26.
Item 26, acceptance of a fee simple parcel and easement on Connor Court.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is that Dr. Malik?
No,
That's West Bynes. He's utilities. Anybody here? Dr. Malik, you gonna speak on this matter?
I believe it's for the water and sewer, but it seemed like a standard easement when they have a water sewer line. So I'll request to approve it.
Motion to approve.
There's been a motion to approve by Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Second.
And a second by Commissioner Clark.
Malik made the
Thank you,
motion.
Dr. Malik.
Mr. Mayor, who seconded?
Commissioner Clark.
Okay.
Motion was made by Commissioner Rice, second by Commissioner
Recommended
Clark.
by Dr. Malik, right?
Yeah. Highly encouraged by Dr. Malik.
Yes.
All right, Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Okay. It's unanimous.
All right, Madam Clerk, I think that takes us to item number 34.
31.
31 was,
So,
we consented 31. You trying to take us back, 34.
34. 34 is to recommend a motion to approve recommended changes to the animal ordinance.
All right, Director?
Yeah, so I'm asking for approval of the animal control ordinance as it's presented in the packet. But however, there was one correction that needed to be made that was pointed out in Article 5 of the last page. There's a typo. The word animal refuse should be changed to animal refuge with a G instead of refuse. That's the only change that needs to be made.
You gonna send us a corrected copy, Director, here?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Commissioner, Mr. Mayor.
I'm coming to you. I'm just making sure Mr. Hill is done. Director Hill, you done?
I'm done. I'm on
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if I can add to that, that there are a number of spelling corrections that need to be made, as well as a few grammatical corrections. And so with that, if you can just add that into the motion, yes, ma'am. So I do believe one of the commissioners will be discussing this.
All right, thank you so much. Chair recognizes Commissioner Francine Scott.
Yes, I would like, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve with any correction as to grammatical or spelling as needed and approved by the interim general counsel.
Second.
There's a motion and there's a second. Commissioner Don Clark, you in the queue, sir?
Mr. Mayor, I got a question for Director Hill.
Yes, sir.
Director Hill, now that we're talking about moving this forward, and I'm glad that we're taking the steps to update this, have we had any discussion, and Attorney McLean, you may need to assist with this, have we had any discussion with our magistrate court judges about the approaching changes so that they can have awareness of this going forward?
Well, sir, as you know, I came on board
I know you
after our
came on
last
after the
attorney,
fact.
so I'm unfamiliar with any prior discussions. I do not believe they've had any discussions with the judge, but that can certainly be done if you wish, if the commission wishes, prior to approving this matter.
And for my colleagues' benefit, I did talk to one of the judges about this. They do have some interest in knowing about the changes. This was a question that I had asked initially when we were going through the revisions. I think it'd be beneficial to ensure that they're aware of these changes. I think anytime we can definitely have great dialogue with those judicial partners, it'll benefit us going forward. And from what I'm hearing, that is a good best practice to keep in mind when we make these changes.
Yes, sir, I agree. And that was the plan to, once it got approved, to sit down with the magistrate and go over the ordinance.
Yes,
you know,
sir.
because when we spoke prior, it wasn't, they say it's not a good practice to speak to the judges or the magistrates, but prior to the orders being approved, because you don't want them to be a part of that process. So if you recall, we had a previous discussion.
Yeah, they had some different thoughts about that. So just kind of planting that seed for you to carry forward. But I would suggest, please make sure that you bring your judicial partners in, since they are vital significance to this entire process.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and schedule a meeting and make sure it's done.
Thank you, Ms. McLean.
All right, legal counsel, Jim?
And also, the person that handles the prosecution of these cases will have them advise the courts of the changes, so they'll be aware of it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Scott, we have a motion and a second. Is there anything additional you need to add? All right, Madam Clerk, we're ready to vote. That's with all the grammatical errors and spelling errors being corrected.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Number 35.
Item 35, motion to approve the Augusta-Richmond County Fiscal Year 26 Capacity Agreement for State Inmates.
Warden Joseph.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, good afternoon.
And they're to be housed at RCCI, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Director? Thank you.
So this first item is our annual capacity agreement to house state inmates at the facility. Excuse me. All of the provisions are the same as previous years, except one major exception this year. They've given us a $6 increase to house the offenders. That may not seem like a lot, but in the long run, it's an additional $503,000 for the city. So I'm asking that we approve the contract and move forward.
Second.
There's a motion to approve by Commissioner Tony Lewis. I heard a second by Commissioner Stacy Pulliam. Madam Clerk, we're voting. All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Number 35.
Item 36, sir.
I'm sorry, 36.
Item 36, discuss operations of the Augusta-Richmond County Correctional Institution.
All right, Warden Joseph.
Yes, sir. I have a brief presentation. I'm not going to keep you guys too long. Let me set this up.
A long meeting.
All right, so again, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I'm going to be real brief. So first picture is obviously the picture of the facility. Our mission statement, first and foremost, security, citizens, public, offenders, staff, and also supplement the city's workforce with inmates' labor. The breakdown of org chart, we're funded for 80 staff members, and just not going to read everything, but just give you an overview of how we set up. We have two sides, the building security, and then we have our detail officers security. All right, we've been in business at our current location since 1963. There are 21 of us throughout the state. All of us mission are basically the same, again, to house state offenders and supplement the cities or the municipalities' workforce. Again, just mentioned, we've just received a $30 increase with a $6 increase, brings us to $30 a day per inmate. And the breakdown per staff, and it's 73 full-time and 7 full-time. All of our officers, including myself, are post-certified officers. Briefly about the inmate program, the first one, the Performance Incentive Credit Program. This is not probably known by a lot of folks in the community, but all of our offenders, about 95% of them, I'd say, are part of this program. The program basically entails them getting credit for working. So there's this big notion that they're working for free, but you see the offenders working, it goes towards their release, early release from out of prison. So that's called the Performance Incentive Program. We do offer the GED program, forklift, OSHA programs through Augusta Tech. We also have OJT programs through Central Georgia Technical College, mainly food service, laundry, maintenance, landscaping, construction. We do also offer the inmates reentry skill building program, focus on skills that help them reduce the chance of recidivism once they get out in society. Excuse me. This is mandated by the parole board, and again, it assists them with needed resources, have them have a better chance of not recidivating. Motivates for Change is a substance abuse-based program. Again, this is also mandated for all of our offenders with drug problems, and we do also offer religious programs for the offenders as well. Give you a snapshot over the last 2 years, what we've done in terms of programs. GED in 23, we had 5 offenders to obtain their GED. Last year, 24, 9. Motivates for Change, 185 in 23, 24. We had 96. Reentry, 197 for 2003, 95 in 2004. The forklift class, 22 in 23, 41 in 24. OSHA, 10 in 23, and 30 in 24. In terms of OJT programs, 170 inmates did participate in this program and obtained their OJT certificates, and 24 was a total of 172. Just a picture of graduation, GED, forklift class in action, OSHA class in action. Okay, let's talk about the details briefly now. All of our details, we go back a minute. I'll come back to this particular one. So we currently have 27 details altogether, 24 of which are post-certified correctional officers. And this is a breakdown of how they're allocated to different departments. Engineering maintenance has 13, 11 of which are certified officers. The cemeteries is 8. GDOT has 2, Central Service 1, Augusta Canal 1, Fire Department 1, and Board of Education has 1 as well. Interesting fact, GDOT pays for the officer's salary, as well as the Board of Education pays for the officer's salary. Okay, briefly, the budget. This is just a snapshot, again, of what we've done for the past 2 years. I'm just going to briefly go over the numbers, just so you have a basic understanding and knowledge of how we operate financially. Okay, in 23, our general fund budget was a little over $4.8 million. Actual usage was 4.3. So the numbers you see in the red is what we turned back over to the city. 23 as well for the cemeteries was a little over 483,000. We finished the year at 320,000 plus, and 158 plus it was turned back over to the city. And the same thing with 24. I'm not going to read all of them. Just again, you should have copies of this, but I just wanted to give you a snapshot of what we've done financially. We don't abuse the citizens' money. I just want to make sure that's clear. Okay, revenues and reimbursements. So we do get incentive or credit from the stormwater program. So every year, right before budget time, we do send a list to procurement, all of the officers who work with engineering that fall under the stormwater program. So the first number you see at the top is what we did in '23. It was 471,000 plus, and 183 is what we ended the year in. So 287 plus was sent back to stormwater. Reimbursements for '23, again, I mentioned earlier, officers' salary paid by GDOT and Board of Education. Let's give you a breakdown of how much they paid the city. And we also get commissions from a medical co-payment and also the telephone and the inmate store. And the store specifically go to the inmate store account. Medical, telephone commissions go directly to the general fund. And that just gives you a breakdown what we did for last year. I'm sorry, '23. But the bottom shows '24, the numbers what we did for '24. Again, not gonna read all of them, but you can see the point I'm trying to make is every year we ended the year with a surplus. That's the takeaway. Okay, benefits for using inmate labor, and this is really what we hear about, again, just to make sure everyone understands what the business is, how the department saved the city money. And what I try to do is just kind of give you an illustration. If you look at what the city is paying an entry-level labor, road and drainage labor, that's a little over $33,000 a year plus. This does not include the fringe benefits. That's just the base pay, okay? We average about 5 to 6 inmates per detail. And just for illustration purposes, again, if we were looking at between 90 to 115 inmates annually, this is what the savings is for the city. So again, we all in agreement that the state can be paying us more money. We all in agreement with that. There's no denial about that. But at the end of the day, the benefits for the inmate labor comes from what the inmates are doing in terms of the labor. We can't dispute that. I said this a couple of years ago, and it's sad to say we don't see a shortfall in the numbers of inmates. Matter of fact, I'm at the Georgia Prison Wards Association conference now at the Marriott. It's going on now. Every year they ask us if we need more inmates, so they don't see a shortfall in the numbers. I noticed, I put a question mark to contractors because we always compare to contractors. Obviously, we are not contractors per se. We supplement the city's workforce. What the city pays the department to keep afloat is far less than what it would cost if everything was turned over to contractors. So that's the reason I put the question mark for that. Briefly, some pictures. Just want to show you some things that we've done and some things we continue to do. This is the Wellness Center. Inmates are working. This one is particularly interested. The remodeled Henry Brigham Center, most of us probably don't know, the inmates did most of the painting in that center. Augusta Transit, inmates. Wellness Center. I think most of us know the inmates for doing this type of work, the cutting grass and so forth, but the point I'm trying to make, we do far more than what most people know. When we had a relationship with Parks and Rec, we took care of the centers, the parks. This is what you probably know the inmates more accustomed doing. The Augusta Library, we assisted them as well. Lake Olmsted, years ago when there was talk about revamping that stadium for a concert type event, inmates were the ones that helped to start that process as far as the renovations. Animal Services, we helped to remodel, install some of those cages, Animal Center. Animal Shelter, again, we are the one that built that. Most of your Christmas decoration on Broad Street, most people don't know this. Every year they're done by inmates. May Park. This was renovated by inmates. Of course, the cemetery was. All right, so in closing, I just, again, I know we have a lot of new commissioners. For the benefit of those individuals, I just wanted to just give a brief overview of what we're about. And just to make sure we understand that, again, the money is a big thing. I'm in agreement again, 110%. But the work that the inmates do, that's where the savings comes in for the city. So future briefly, we've been approved SPLOST 8 for a new facility. The reason I bring it up, obviously I don't come before you guys a lot, but there's been some talk about the new facility. So if we as a city want to continue in the prison business, is my recommendation that we're going to have to address some of the infrastructure issues that we have with the facility. We're working in the facility that's nearly 65 years old. It's old. We've done our best to take care of a lot of the maintenance issues, but there are a lot of the big ticket items that we just simply cannot address, and a new facility is needed. I believe the previous commission agreed with us as well, because they put it on SPLOST 8. The citizens voted for it. So I'm just bringing it up as a reminder. We initially asked for 15 million. We got 11. We went out and hired a design firm, which he started the process and everything just shut down. We're not sure where we're at now. The last thing I heard about that was from the previous interim administrator, what she was going to recommend that it goes out on a bond. I haven't heard anything else about that since. So I just want to bring that up as well. So two thoughts really. One, as far as the new facility, if we're not going to move forward with the new facility, at least give us the funding and let us do a robust renovation of the current facility. And this is some pictures to let you see what we're facing, what we're working with. These are some pipings. Again, it's an old facility. This is what we're seeing. Pipes are constantly collapsing, and we don't know until they collapse, and we dig them out, and this is where we're running into. This is our electrical panel. I had an electrician once to come out and told me that if this fails, we're gonna be in a world of hurt because they don't make this anymore. And that concludes my presentation. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Warden Joseph. First, let me start off by stating I've never questioned the integrity of your work and what you and all of your inmates do and have done for this county for now decades. Our only concern now in that we had a budget meeting earlier in the week, yesterday as a matter of fact, and our only concern is that we're actually losing money in this relationship that we have with RCCI, and the county is supplementing that to the tune of millions. And that's a concern for not only the general body, but also a concern as we have a very serious budget challenge moving forward into 2026. So, and you add on to that, you're needing a new facility. So we're losing millions every year, and we have a old facility that needs replacing. So my question would be, before I open it up to the floor, is there anything that the state of Georgia or the Department of Corrections can do besides giving us a little bit more per inmate? Is there anything they could do to help? Because, we're in a tough spot right here, and we need a little help.
In terms of the per diem, Mr. Mayor, that's a statewide issue. Whatever they give one, they give the other 20 facilities.
What about regarding the facility? I mean, you mentioned SPLOST 8. We have 11 million that we've allocated for improvements. Is the state of Georgia, the Department of Corrections, do they have any money that perhaps they can help by matching?
We could ask them. One of the things we did do when we started the conversation about a new facility, the Department of Corrections has a unit called mobile construction.
Mm-hmm.
And their main focus is they go around and they work on construction type projects. So we had been in conversation with them and they were willing to assist us if we ever get to that point as far as building the new facility. Now, in terms of the bigger picture, asking them for funding for a new facility, no, we have not had that conversation.
Can we at least start that conversation? Because at least we could take it as part of our consideration as we move forward. But, you know, it's certainly going to be a hard decision to make because we certainly appreciate the labor that the inmates provide. We certainly appreciate our opportunity of giving them an opportunity to kind of work themselves back into society. But, you know, continuing to lose money in this endeavor is not something that's long-term sustaining for this government.
And if I could too also, Mr. Mayor, the state has never given us funding to cover our entire budget. That has never happened. Again, the savings for us, and I'll just go out on the limb and say the reason I believe the city even got into the prison business is because the savings that the city gets as a result of using the offenders. Yeah. Right. So yeah, the state has never given us that to cover our entire budget.
Okay. All right. We're going to go through. We have some colleagues in the queue. Commissioner from the 7th, Commissioner Tina Slindak. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Warden Joseph, thank you so much for the job you do.
Yes, ma'am.
As far as your inmate crews that go out and do maintenance for brush cutting and things like that, and I thank you for your presentation because it does show you guys have some pretty skilled people that can really do some construction and some good stuff. So that's really great. I mean, are you like at capacity is not the right word, but I mean, do you have more requests than you can handle? Or you guys say we could do more? And also, and I am fairly new. I don't know, got 6 months under my belt. But I mean, what is the channel? Do we go through a certain department to say, hey, I've got a real issue here. We could use some help. What department is that?
Right. So the way that the system is set up, our biggest client is actually engineering maintenance. So once we're fully staffed, they have 13 details.
Okay.
We don't get involved with the work orders for engineering maintenance. Unless I get a call or a citizen call and say, hey, there's a right-of-way that could be a security risk or elected official call me, then we'll reach out to engineering maintenance, make sure a crew goes over there.
Okay.
The cemeteries are the only ones we have sole control over as far as the cutting schedule. But all the other departments, they're the ones that, you know, decide what work order they're going to work on in that particular day.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sam.
Thank you to Commissioner Slindak. Commissioner Francine Scott.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Thank you, Warden Joseph, for coming today. Mayor Johnson, I think I heard you ask about some state help with this. I think this is something that we as a governing body probably need to get with our delegation to see how they can move and nudge their colleagues in the State House to help us with money. It's a program that I hope that we're not even considering to cut at all because I think we need it. I know we're doing some realignment with moving people over to different areas, but for sure, I think this is something that we need to look real hard at, Administrator Allen, on what we can do to make sure this program stay in place. I know we can sit up here and say, you know, we just don't have the money and stuff, but we need to look deep, we need to dig deep, and we need to have our colleagues from the state. They're in our business anyway, so we need to try to get them to help us to spread the word that we need some additional help because the program is needed here in Augusta. So if that means that we have a meeting, I don't know if it's too late or not, to see if we can put something together to meet with the delegation. Because I don't want this to be something that we're saying that well, look at this, and this is something we're gonna cut because I don't even know if it should even be a conversation. That's me personally.
Yes, ma'am.
And I am criminal justice, and safety is paramount for our city, and I think they're doing a great job. We just need to dig deep and see how we can keep this program going. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner, I agree with you that, this is a very valuable program, but looking at the numbers, Madam Administrator, how much are we losing? How much a year in this program?
Right now, and I can have our interim finance director come speak to it, the city has to provide a $2.6 million supplement each year for the services. That's including the $6 increase that we are receiving now per inmate. So before that, it used to be like $3.2 million that comes from the general fund to pay for it. I don't disagree with Warden Joseph. They do a phenomenal job. He does a phenomenal job out at RCCI. And I've been touring through there, and they have the cleanest floors that I've ever seen in any facility. They do a great job. However, the budget takes a hit each year. Roughly about $2.6 million is what's going to be expected this year.
And then on top of that, Warden Joseph, how much longer you think you'll be able to operate in that facility, that 65-year-old facility?
That's a good question, Mr. Mayor. I don't have the answer. That's what keeps me up at night.
Yeah, plenty.
And okay. All right, let's keep on going through the queue. Commissioner Pulliam.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. I echo the sentiments of my colleague from the 9th. My question is, you gave a slide, Warden Joseph, where you showed the comparison of what we pay versus if we actually hired employees to do that job. May I direct my question to Administrator Allen?
Yes, you may.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Administrator Allen, with that comparison, have we gone in to see what it would cost us to get the same work from either hiring employees or contractors, and what's the difference in cost?
I would say, Commissioner Pulliam, our finance department has done an assessment and looked at the comparison. If we, and based on what we've looked at thus far, if we decided to contract some of the services out based on some of the limitations that we have with the inmate staff, we could probably do it for less than what we're actually paying to supplement the budget. So again, this becomes one of those tough decisions that this governing body has to make. It's, do you want to continue to invest in having state prisoners, because they're not city prisoners, they're not the ones that have not been tried that are currently in our Webster Detention Center. These are prisoners that we're housing for another agency. And as I stated at our budget retreat on yesterday, we are housing state prisoners at this rate, which still provides us with a deficit. I am not in any way opposed to what they do, because I do think they provide a good service. But when you look at some of the contractual agreements that you can proceed with moving forward with, you can do that for less than what we're actually subsidizing the department. So fiscally being sound, I have to make that recommendation or give you that information so that y'all can make a thorough decision based on the information that we have at hand.
I would like that information. I would like a detailed rendering of what we're paying now, along with the slide that you provided in your price comparison, and Interim Director Schreier providing us real-life numbers as to how much everything that they do would cost us if we, in fact, either hired employees or did contractors. Because I know there's been so much talk about we're short of people to do lot clearing, to clear these creeks, to clear all of this stuff. That's the majority of my calls. We talk about that all the time. But what are we going to do if RCCI goes away? Like, how is that going to affect us in the long run? So I'd like a detailed analysis of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Pulliam. Was it Jordan? How many other cities or municipalities around the state are operating a facility very similar to RCCI?
20 others.
There's 20 others. Right.
The largest will be Muskogee.
Muskogee County. All right, Commissioner Clark from the 5th.
I'll make this quick, Mr. Mayor. I want to make sure that we just kind of look at this in different lens. 65-year-old facility brings a lot of safety concerns. I think we heard it from the warden. If their electrical system goes out, that means your ability to sustain and maintain control of the prisoners goes out the window as well. That facility being in such disrepair, and I really kind of get disappointed with our state partners in this regard, because right now they are putting the full ownership of maintaining a state facility on a local municipality with little to no reimbursement or consideration one way or the other. And I think it really needs to come down to the fact, to go back to the question that Commissioner Pulliam posed, how do we, or what do we do if we lose RCCI? Well, we do what everyone does. We contract out those services, or we utilize the services that we're losing as a deficit every year in either adding to the inventory of employees availability or contracting those services out. So I don't think it's a matter of how do we do it. I think it's when do we make the determination of concluding this losing relationship.
I think we have just lost a quorum. So you got to recess for just a second.
Okay.
We need one more. Maybe she went to the restroom. Commissioner Lewis Lee. He needs to come back. All right. I think we have reestablished our quorum. Warren Joseph, continue.
Yes, if I could address Commissioner Clark, just for clarity, the state doesn't own RCCI. The city owns RCCI. We only house their inmates, but we own the facility.
So it's a state prison, though, correct?
It's state inmates, but it's a county-run facility, owned and ran by the county.
Okay. Well, Airbnbs, similar, right? I mean, not to be, flip about it, but if I'm giving my facility up, then I should be compensated appropriately for that, right? And again, I agree with you, Warden. You laid it out perfectly about all the benefits that we receive, but I think we really need to kind of make this more realistic from a fiduciary standpoint. Right now, we're on the losing end of maintaining this, and then we're also stating that we're going to pour countless millions of dollars to continue in this losing relationship. It's a hard sell, but it's one we're going to have to make a decision on. But I just wanted to make sure that I pointed out, especially with what we're up against nationally. I think we saw it in New Orleans. They had numerous prisoners that poured out of that jail or that prison and ran amok in our communities. If your facility fails to be able to safeguard appropriately, and it's probably a matter of time, we're in more trouble than what we can anticipate.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. I would also like to note that the prisoners that are housed at RCCI, most of them, they're trustees. Is that correct? They're not?
The correct term, Mr. Mayor, would be nonviolent.
Nonviolent.
Right.
Nonviolent. All right. Commissioner Jordan Johnson from the 1st.
Thank you, sir. Warden Joseph, how much money do you have allocated through previous SPLOST to renovate the jail, the prison?
SPLOST 8 was $11 million.
$11 million. Now it's SPLOST 8. Have you gotten any money yet?
I believe, I want to say $1 million or close to it was sent to the designer for the designing.
How long ago was that?
2003,
3?
2004.
But your 11 million came out at a SPLOST 8, right?
Sir.
And so have you received any funds from the SPLOST 8 tranche?
No, sir.
So you need repairs done.
Well, that was my second option. If we're not going to proceed as a city for a new facility, my recommendation would be the second option, to use that funding to renovate the facility. I'm not sure if that's possible, because it was a designated SPLOST item. So I'm not sure if those fundings could be used for that, but that was just another option.
Yeah, I guess my thing is if there's a need for you to get your aging facility addressed and you have money already set aside, then I think it's at some point we need to make a decision to do that. I mean, I've heard rumblings about these conversations about the prison going away and stuff like that, but I don't know, if that was accurate or not. But what I do know is that if there's an opportunity for us to put money into the facility, then I mean, we need to do that. But do we also, like Commissioner Scott said, need to make some type of motion to engage our state lawmakers, because it could just be an issue of getting the support there, and I just would hate to see such a program go away. But I think for the most part, a motion could be made to engage our state lawmakers before this commission just make the decision to do away with the program unless that's already been decided. So, I mean, I would make a motion to engage our state lawmakers to discuss ways to collaborate on RCCI. And in the meantime, that's a motion I'm going to make. But then I also want to, figure out this whole SPLOST allocation conversation. If there's money in the pot for the warden, then we need to decide how to move forward with it. So the motion on the table is to engage our state lawmakers to address concerns related to RCCI.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. I have a motion. I heard Commissioner Scott second it. And, I think it's a great idea, considering where we are. If the state is willing to help us with the new facility, I think it gets us a little further. Because as you mentioned, the new facility, you have 11 million allocated.
Right.
How much would it take? How much additional would it take to get you your new facility?
The last set of numbers I heard, Mr. Mayor, was 21 million. So,
21 million. So you need at least another 10 million from the state.
and keep in mind, every day we move forward, the costs keep going up.
Is that a new facility or an addition? That is a brand new
That was
facility.
for new facility.
For a brand new facility. All right. Can we amend the motion to make sure that it states that we are looking to get 10 million towards a new facility?
Well, before I do that, I won't mind. I just want to ask the question: is there earned interest on those dollars?
Finance.
Tim, can you answer that for me? I believe that there is. So that 11 million should be a little bit more.
The fund earns the interest, the individual projects do not. So we keep the interest is earned on the money that we collect, and then it stays within that fund. So when there are cost overruns, we can allocate more funds from the interest earnings. I know we don't have $10 million to cover that. I would like to correct, the SPLOST 8 was approved in 2019, I believe. We issued bonds. The RCCI project was issued as part of the bonded projects in 21 or 22, I believe. But at that point in time, we did not realize that the cost was going to be so high. So those funds are available today.
Okay. I guess it wouldn't make much sense to release those funds until we had a conversation with our lawmakers. And so, I mean, if we want to put in the motion, looking for $10 million, but I think just really engaging them to get the conversation started, it should be enough, because there may be other things that we discuss other than that $10 million.
Okay. All right. So that's the motion. There's a second. Madam Clerk, second by Commissioner Francine Scott.
What's the motion?
The motion is to engage our state legislative delegation to see how we can help RCCI.
To address the concerns
concerns
related to RCCI.
Yep. All right.
That motion carries with, who's out? Mr. Guilfoyle, Mr. Garrett, Mr. Lewis, and Mr. May. Well, that's it.
All right. Warren Joseph, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate all that you do. All right, Madam Clerk, I think we got one last item. Item number 37.
Yes, sir. Item 37, motion to discuss and or approve nominated appointments to the Richmond County Hospital Authority Board.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I was contacted by the University Hospital Board regarding some vacancies. They produce some names for some suggested names as a replacement to those vacancies. We have a board member, Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice, ex officio, and she has some names that she would like to present to this body for consideration to fill those vacancies. Commissioner Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it's been a privilege to be able to serve on the University Hospital Piedmont Board. This is my second, so I'm going into my third year. And at our last meeting, there were some names that were brought up, and the board had pretty much decided that altogether that they had voted on 4 vacancy. There's 4 spots open, and the names that they had mentioned were Joan Steinberg, Dr. Miriam Atkins, Virginia Patterson, and Dr. Don Label. Ms. Bonner, just making sure I get this right. But I just was going to go ahead and see if we could make a motion to put.
Want to? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. The 4 names that are mentioned on the board, since that was the recommendation from the board themselves for the nominees for the ones I just named.
Okay. So we need to get those 4 names on the screen.
Do we need? You know, we probably won't. I mean, if you want to get, I don't know how you get to know them. This is just recommendation. The board themselves voted, and these were the names that they had voted on. And different, they're from different. This is just what they come up with. So.
Yeah, okay.
The top row for each vacant spot.
Okay. All right, we're going to go through this.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Could we ask Ms. Rice, are these for the at-large positions
Right.
on the board?
Well, right. There was 4 vacant spots, and so the board had voted, and
yes, ma'am.
they
This may give some clarity. Let me put this. This is from our office.
Right. That's right. And a few of those will be.
Well, we see.
Like Ed Tarver is sadly he's no longer with us, but he had. Originally, he had wanted Mrs. Joan Steinberg. And I'm just saying, the 4 names, and I really don't know where on this, technically as an ex officio, just like serving on planning and zoning, I am not allowed to vote with the planning and zoning. When I'm up here, I'm an ex officio. So I'm giving you names as to what they brought forth from the board. There's 4 vacancies.
That's what I'm trying to determine. This is done a little different from what we've done in the past, and I'll just show you. Put this one on the screen. This is usually how they communicate to us regarding the vacancies and the appointments to the positions. They send a letter, and then they will list out the positions.
Yeah, I remember
and
this
whether
one.
whether they're at-large positions, and that the at-large positions are expired positions. However, there are no talent bank questionnaires regarding each recommended candidate. So that's a little out of our norm as well.
They did submit an email to the mayor's office with these names in the format in which it appears that you have here. Though it was submitted with the same format, outlining their recommendations based on the criteria that's stated.
Yeah, it didn't identify the position. We're just assuming they're at-large positions that they're wanting to fill with their recommendations. That's what.
They're basically filling, when you say at large, I'm a little confused because.
Can I read from the
Okay.
state law?
Well,
It says 9 members of the hospital authority, at least 1 member must be of the Jewish faith, 1 member of the Catholic faith, at least 1 member of the black race. This is in there. 2 members must be active medical members of the university hospital. They apparently went back and revised that to some extent. Natasha, can you put that first one up that identifies? Yeah, no, the one behind that one. You see, we have at-large position, medical staff, Catholic faith, at-large, African-American position, at-large, Jewish faith, and Ms. McKnight as the ex officio from the commission. Just need to identify, if the commission decides to go through with this today, which positions that we're.
I'll tell you what, to make sure that we get this right, let's go back to them to make sure that they're properly identified.
Yes.
To make sure that.
I have a meeting with them on Thursday, so I'm at, however we do this is fine. I just know that I was at the last meeting and these are the names that were brought forth. So.
Okay. All right, let's go through this. Commissioner Francine Scott.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. So do the commission get an opportunity to submit names, or does the hospital board is the one who bring forth names? And do we have any documentation on the 4 names other than the names was submitted to you, Mr. Mayor?
I think historically the names are submitted by the hospital board based on the criteria that they set forth by Catholic faith, by Jewish, by African American, and I think all of these candidates that are recommended kind of fit within those guidelines. But I want to clarify for this body to make sure that we're following the process that's been followed in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Commissioner Don Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This will be real quick. So I think Commissioner Scott's on the same wavelength as I am. Just trying to clarify, because, Madam Clerk, you hit a point. The talent bank form, those haven't been received for any of these folks. So we don't even know if these folks are residents. We don't know if they meet the requirements or anything, right?
Right, because if they're they're not doing the specifics. No, I don't. To answer your question, I don't.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Rice, you're the ex officio.
Yes, the names that were put on there, they would not submit names if they are not Richmond County residents. So the ones on there are Richmond County residents, and I know that Joan Steinberg is in the Jewish faith. So I'm just giving y'all. I don't have a dog in the fight. I really don't, because I just know that that's when they did the voting. That's the process that they did to make sure everybody that's on that list is in Richmond County.
Yeah, I just think everybody just wants to make sure we dot all the I's, cross all the T's, make sure they do the talent bank form. It goes through the process of the clerk's office, and then they present them from there.
Yes, and Ms. Rice, Ms. Mayor, if they would just identify which position these folk are being nominated for.
And historically, have the hospital board always submitted talent bank forms for their recommended appointees?
We had started requiring that they be submitted or sent to the clerk's office.
Okay, you got Attorney Plunkett?
Mr. Mayor, I received similar communication from Rod Meadows, who's the board's attorney. And if I could, if it's the will of the body, I'd be more than happy to send the form of the letter that Ms. Bonner has to him and ask him to put it in a similar format so that we could properly, and I'll also ask for the talent bank forms at the same time.
Identify, yes, sir.
Identify.
That's
All
good.
right. I think that'd be great. Commissioner Rice?
Oh, I'm good. Thank you.
So we're going to move this item back a couple of weeks, give the attorney the opportunity to engage with their attorney regarding their nominations, and also request that their nominations be, that they submit talent blank forms.
Oh,
All right? We got, Attorney Plunk, you think that's something we can do at next commission, or we need a couple of weeks?
The request will go out tomorrow. How quickly they turn it around to be up to them, but I hope we'll be done by next week.
Okay, great. All right, Madam Clerk, I think that concludes our business for today. Listen, it's been a long day. We certainly wish our colleague Alvin Mason the
Absolutely.
best. We hope that God continues to keep him
Yes.
and hold him, and he has done a lot of great work for this community.
Yes.
So Alvin, if you're listening, you're looking, we love you. We wish you the best. And with that, Madam Clerk, this meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you.
All right.